Okay, so welcome here to Tampere. My name is Tiina Leinonen and I work for the city of Tampere, and I have pleasure to open this seminar. We are now here in the place called Silhouette, and this is a place where we have these different kind of events for especially for the citizens, and we have also had in this place the future arenas of Tampere, which you hear later today. So this is very familiar for the other Tampere people participating for the We Make Transition project. Some practical things. Jutta and Elisa, they are maybe, here is here is Jutta and Elisa, you maybe met on the door. So you can ask any practical things from them. We are here in this place all day, except lunch. There is 2 toilets here, so in that corner and by the by the coach, and there is more toilets in the lunch place, which is nearby, and we are walking there. So on. But welcome on my behalf, and I ask now the project leader Johanna Leino to officially open the meeting. Welcome, Johanna, and big applause for Johanna and the whole project and everybody here.
Yes, so welcome everybody. So nice to see you. Really great. I have been looking forward so much for today, and each of you are very important for me. And it has been so nice to cooperate. And I show you this program, what we have today here in Tampere. So first, after my presentation, so I will have a brief presentation about We Make Transition, the key points I would like to say at this point of the project, when the project is ending now. This is not an end of anything. We will continue making transitions, but this project as such is finalizing now. And after my presentation, there is a keynote speaker, Timo Huhtamäki, who will provide inspiring presentation, what it is to be a change maker, and he will also talk about circular economy, especially. That's his special sustainability topic today. And then we have local actors, some voices from the local actors that we have engaged in the project and who have benefited from the project. So we will hear from Tampere, Norway, Trondheim, and so Tampere and Trondheim about their experiences and how they felt the project impact, what this project meant for them. And then we have some regional and local authority views, what kind of impacts there have been for regional and local levels. And then we have some topical sessions in the afternoon after lunch, nature and biodiversity, sustainable local food system, and circular economy, which is represented by the Creative Circular Cities project here. So we will have another project example also presented today. And by the way, I'm a winter person, so I'm so happy that it's at least a little bit snow today, so it is a perfect day for for this. Okay, so we have in the project had in We Make Transition 11 partners from 6 countries, and we have all the 6 countries represented in this event. There are also some people online, and this session is streamed, so it can be watched online also later on. So we will all the presentations today will come from Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Poland, Germany, and Norway. From those countries, we have the project partners. We Make Transition background. what I want to say about the background is that, so how this project came to be from these issues. Ecological and social sustainability challenges are really, really complex, and they are intertwined together. There are no simple answers to any sustainability challenges. And then we as people, we have tendency to look, to control everything and look only from the one point of view things. And then sometimes we only, or quite often, we tend to engage just some experts that we think are the wisest ones to say something about the issue. But often we lack the whole holistic understanding of these complex challenges when we don't hear the different voices and different point of view, and different sectors are also needed their voice to make good solutions and really make transitions. And then we have lack of interaction in general in society. So this creates easily narratives that escape from reality, and then also polarization. And of course, social media is empowering this kind of effect. So that's what We Make Transition is for. It's to enhance the interaction and make constructive discussions. And also, we don't so much hear the grassroots level voices, so there was a need to lift a little bit the grassroots creativity and social innovations to enhance the societal resilience. So these are some factors in the background of the project. And then we focused in the project to adapt the transition arena method to enhance the interaction, especially between local authorities and small local actors. So this has been the key challenge, how to empower cooperation between public sector and civil society, small business, and other local actors to enhance ecological and social sustainability. And so societal transitions, what they are. They are complex, long-term processes of change that happen at different levels of society at the same time, and they involve different sectors. And sustainability transition means especially how to make a transition towards a society that is more ecological and social sustainable. And then this transition arena method. So it is the purpose of that has originally been, and it is originally created in Netherlands, this method, and it has been utilized in many countries in different ways, also in Finland. And in this project, we especially utilized the transition arena for this purpose, to enhance the interaction between the local actors and public authorities. And the idea of the transition arena is to create a space where you can bring different views inside into the same table, discuss and understand, create better understanding of the whole, and identify also systemic challenges, and you are able then to see and problematize also the system and what kind of prevailing challenges we have in our current structures. So this is the purpose of the method, and it really works. It really works, but in this project we wanted to especially make very easy and approachable process, so that anyone with any educational background can join. And in the project, we have implemented 12 transition arenas, and they are about different sustainability topics. So each location with whom we cooperated with, so these are not the partners, City of Tampere or Municipality of Hämeenkyrö, or they are only partly these places are core partners of the project, but many of them are just cooperating partners, the target groups of our project. So each topic for Transition Arena was chosen based on the local needs in each of these places. So and also the framing of the challenges has been a little bit different in different places. But all these topics that have been in our transition arenas, they are described here. They are something that concern local actors and where local actors can have influence on. So we didn't talk about the whole global structures, but more the local issues and these topics that concern everyday life of any people. So nature and biodiversity, sustainable local food system, circular and sharing economy, and social sustainability were mainly somehow in our transition arenas included. And this is the process how we adapted Transition Arena. It was really, the idea was to make a bottom-up co-creative process where we involve the local actors from the very beginning, and we ask them what are the challenges, what are the topics that they want to cooperate better with the city, for example, or we ask city what are the things that you cities want to enhance their cooperation with the local actors. So, for example, in Tampere, we have the city biodiversity program. So there was a need from the city of Tampere to engage local actors in the discussion about biodiversity in our city. So this is how we chose the topics for our transition arenas. But first we started by analyzing challenges and identifying stakeholders, who to invite, who are the key actors, what kind of topics we want to focus on. So in the very beginning we organized focus group discussions in each locations. These were just very short, maybe 2 hours group interviews where we involved already city people and from different departments, and also various local actors, even individuals, NGOs, associations, or cultural actors, and so on. So already there it was a nice heterogeneous group of actors talking about the sustainability topics, and there, for example, we identified such challenges like what kind of challenges there are between local authorities and the local actors. For example, about bureaucratic challenges that hinder local actors to do something, or and there was a discussion: is it really necessary to have this heavy bureaucracy in everything? Do we really need all these permits in this and that? And also about how difficult it is to participate in urban planning, and then, for example, how local food is not really, it's really difficult to promote local food here locally, and things like that. We identified already in these small local focus group discussions, which were really compact and efficient way to get new ideas and information from the local actors. And then we chose the topic for the actual transition arenas, and then the transition arenas were a series of workshops which started with co-creating a vision, then co-creating pathways to the vision, and then concrete actions. And this also was a compact way. It was mainly only three workshops that we organized. Sometimes it was a little bit more and so on. And then still during the project, we supported initiating the results of these transition arenas, pilots and new initiatives. So we just didn't leave it like that, but also our project provided support for the implementation of the concrete actions. So this was also important, and the best feedback that we received was that yes, this was great that it led to some concrete actions where local actors could be involved. And here are some pictures that show how empowering these workshops, where people are look energetic and smiling and in good mood. So it was really empowering just to talk about these issues, co-create the joint vision together, and it already gave some new thinking and also gave hope to some participants, or many, I would say many participants, hope about the future. And so here, more in detail, like how did we apply the transition arena method? So as I said, first we chose the sustainability topics that are relevant for local actors. Then we organized the focus group discussions, and it was important to avoid complex language and difficult terminology. And also it was important to be politically neutral, so create a politically neutral space and just neutrally let all kinds of views to be spoken, but not take any political stance in these transition arenas. And then variety of stakeholders were invited to the workshops. Stakeholders that are already active, willing to influence, have ability to influence. It was quite open thinking, but of course we had to select and decide who we invite to the transition arenas. But in some workshops, in some transition arenas, there were about 20 people. In some arenas, there were even 70 people, so it varied. The amount of people in these local transition arenas was different. And then we ensured the follow-up. So here also shortly about who should be invited in these transition arenas, especially when organizing like this as we did in the We Make Transition. So it's actually just almost all can be invited that just have sufficient knowledge or experience-based knowledge. So it doesn't have to be academic-based knowledge, but experience-based knowledge was very important in our case to get those actors to the workshops who are somehow related to the sustainability topic. But then generally just to take care that there are in the workshops representatives of at least from these three categories, so innovators who are visionary people who can think a little bit out of the box and who are able to bring new ideas also. And then of course we need experts about the topics, different kind of experts that represent different sectors. And then people with power, people who can influence and have some kind of impact and ability to change practices or structures. But then we also just invited some ordinary individuals, residents, parents, youth, who are just interested to influence and say their perspective on the sustainability topic. And also, it was not a closed group of people. It was also open that new participants could participate in the middle if we felt that somebody is missing. And just to underline a few issues about the process, this importance of shared vision is very, very crucial in this, and especially in the VMake transition arena. So that we started in the workshops to co-create vision. There was nobody who was saying that we need to go to this direction, but this vision was co-created together. And so it fostered a sense of ownership among stakeholders. And this visioning, it helps to discuss current structures and understand the bigger picture. And also it enhanced the mutual understanding. And also there were stakeholders that could share their worries about the future and challenges when talking about it. So this was a very important element of our transition arenas, this visioning. And here is an example what we did in Tampere. So vision of sustainable life in Tampere. We had a very wide topic with subtopics as our transition arena. Tiina will tell a bit more about this, our Tampere case. And we just wanted to hear the local actors' perceptions and point of view. What is important for our local actors? What kind of elements they want to see in the sustainable vision? So community building was really important and underlined. And also nature as such, and people need nearby nature. It is important for our well-being. And we also in the vision described what actually makes well-being for people. It's not only that you are able to consume as much as possible, but there are so many other elements, and we describe those in the vision. And during the project, we also made, this is the transnational element of the project, that we made joint vision for the whole Baltic Sea region. So we had participants from 6 countries. We invited about almost 30 change agents, so-called change agents from 6 countries to co-create this joint vision. And all these elements that are said here are described in this, and I have few copies here if you are interested to read more about it. It's really inspiring, and I would say that this was already a good inspiration for the Tampere Transition Arena and to many other local transition arena that we discussed at the transnational level. What is important for the local people and generally, and found out that there are similarities in different countries, and we concluded that these are really important elements. And empowering concrete actions was important in our process, that we really started to implement actions. And then, in the end, I would like to mention that we have produced in the project a manual on practical use of transition arena for this purpose, especially what I described. It can be downloaded from our website, from the project website, and we have also translated in different languages. So I recommend you to have a look. It's not a long, it's also quite compact and easy to read and can provide you inspiration. And we have also these case studies made during the project. I recommend to look those as well. We have 18 case studies, civil society making transitions from 6 countries collected. And they are all related again to this same topic: sustainable food, circular economy, biodiversity, and sustainable lifestyle. And this is my final slide. What did I learn from sustainability during this process? So sustainability needs communities and requires escape from the individualistic culture. So this is something that we really understood. Community building and how city can support community building, communities to grow, and so on. It's a key to everything, because it also enables that we can have empathy, and we can care about each other. So caring is also sustainability. And sustainability needs real connection with the nature. So if we are totally not even going to nature, we are just isolated from the nature. We don't remember to evaluate and see the importance of that. And also that we need manual skills for sustainability, to repair things and make something with our own hands. This is something that should be underlined more in the education system. Sustainable life is equals to well-being, and barely nobody is against sustainable future. We just need more arenas for interaction. Thank you. And then we don't have any time for questions at this point, so I give floor to Timo Huhtamäki, Raising the True Systemic Dilemmas. My story as a change maker.
Okay, thank you, Johanna, for the great introduction. And first of all, let me say good morning, everyone here and also online. We were discussing about this topic with Johanna in the emails, and I was thinking about you yesterday, knowing that there are like representatives of a handful of EU countries, civil society members, there are authorities, there are small business owners, different kind of stakeholders, and what could actually create value in this kind of keynote presentation. One thing that actually Johanna just highlighted is that future is complex, and which means that it's very hard to predict. This also means that when we take a look at the sustainable business and this transformation journey that the society and businesses have went through the last 30 years, that has been a history of contradiction and polarization. But it's actually notable here is that there are some areas of sustainability transformation, or some people call it transformation journey, that are not polarized. And then there are some parts which are extremely polarized. And one part of the sustainability which is not that much polarized is circular economy. Is it true? There are not that much like a polarizing discussion. When we take a look at the politics in Finland and other EU countries, political decision makers from left to right, they agree that we need more circularity. What is the reason for that? Why this is a topic which has not been polarized during this time frame? That is perhaps my main message today. I'm going to elaborate this issue from different perspectives. I've been involved in this circular economy from the business perspective mostly, and for the last 5 years also from the regulation perspective, that I would like to highlight some of the drivers and kind of like a root causes why this has not been polarized, and what kind of tools at least I and some other key stakeholders on this theme has actually used during this time. And this is my main message today. So that means that things related to waking up to this issue, what are the levers of impact and how to accelerate this change. I will start with the one very, very interesting story which is related to the time frame. It was roughly 8 years ago when I took over Tori.fi, which is a large consumer-to-consumer marketplace in Finland, part of Schibsted Group, which is a Nordic player. And I was talking to my grandmother who was born in 1920s. And I was very inspired about this topic that I also said that I'm kind of amazed at why we are talking about consumers, kuluttaja in Finnish. Why that is our role is to consume? Why it's not like a sustainer like kestättäjä in Finnish? Why do we have this kind of narratives? And I was so inspired about this and talking about the role of the future generations, that Generation Z will, and their increasing purchasing power will boost the second-hand consumption and blah, blah, blah. And then after this monologue, my grandmother said that Timo, there is nothing new here. Actually, you just haven't seen the long time horizon. You have seen just like the last 20 years or 30 years. And she was so right. Every now and then when we are thinking about the polarization of the issues, we are talking about the common understanding or common foundation for some of the issues which are related to the long-term sustainable transformation. We have a very, very short time horizon. We don't look at the history that much, and we don't extend the time horizon forward that much. That's actually great insight about the things that when we are thinking about these topics today. For me, each and every one of us roles, we have to envision things forward and have these shared visions, as Johanna was mentioning. Very important in this journey, and circular economy has been very good at this. We have seen the long and secular megatrends which are going through the generations. Another issue is that it's important to show things, not to serve ready-made answers to something, but embrace the problem more than ready-made solutions. And when we are showing something that is opening up the good discussions related to the topic itself and helping us to provoke the discussions related to the problem and the possible solution paths. One of them is related to the textile industry. Not that many of us know that there are like 100 billion pieces of garments produced every year globally. And there are 8 billion people living on this planet, which means that average American in the current GDP shares, which means that they are buying 69 new clothes every year. In Finland, this number is 40. That means that there are a lot of overconsumption on this area, and there are some symptoms at the end of the value chain. One of them is this picture. This is taken from the space. It's a giant pile of used textiles in Chile. That can't be seen from the space. Only 1% of the threads in the garments are remaining in the circulation, which means that 99% they are going to the landfills, they are burned, or they are going to the nature. This is another kind of way of approaching this is to describe the value chain and say whose fault is this and so forth and so forth. But when we are showing this kind of picture and we are telling that these are the hard numbers, we are provoking the discussion that what are the drivers? Why is it so? Is there some kind of invisible hand making this kind of development? Is there problems in the regulation? Is there something in the consumption habits and so forth? It's a totally different kind of approach compared to the ready-made answers. One important topic which Johanna was also mentioning, you were talking about the kind of like a bottom-up approach, which is very, very, very important here. It's a power in the society. When we take a look at the most important segments of the sustainable transformation, we can see that there are different kind of power splits in the different kind of parts of the value chain. Let's take a look at the forest industry, for example, and their lobbying power. It's huge, even enormous in the traditional business segment. So, for example, in the Economic Committee in Finnish Parliament, who are the experts who are invited there? Same goes with the European Parliament. They are 99% representing the so-called linear business models and current legacy businesses. I don't have anything against these companies, but this is a hard fact that when we are doing very important political decisions, someone's voice is more visible than someone others. Of course, the innovation policy that is represented there as well, and those companies are also doing very good work. I don't have anything against that. But the fact is that when we take a look at the circular economy perspective, there are not representatives. There are not circular economy lobbyists in Finland or on European Union. And this is also one way to describe that there is a weak lobbying power in the society, and we have to somehow address this kind of issues and think about what could be the solution for that. And I think this kind of projects that you are going through is one way to influence on this. Okay, the large numbers. It's you were referring that the bottom up, and I'm saying that another way is to take a look at the top down, but from the different perspective, not like a power systems perspective, more like a numbers perspective. Is that 6.9% of the materials, the virgin materials we are taking from the Earth's natural resources, are remaining in the circulation globally. Number in Finland is less than 5. We are actually, with Bulgaria, we are the weakest circular economy countries when we take a look at the numbers. In the Netherlands, number is roughly 30. EU average is 12.5. Okay, what are the reasons for that? Are we just like a bad consumers or something? No, we are not bad consumers that much. I don't want to say that. For example, in Finland and Poland are the two number one second-hand countries in Europe. But then on the other hand, we have a lot of forest industry, we have mines and so forth. We all know that the toilet paper cannot be circulated. So that means that the business structures are totally different in different countries. But this also provokes a discussion that what are the actual things, what are the industries and so forth behind these numbers. So we cannot be just like blind and say that Finland is bad at the circular economy. No, we are not that bad from that perspective, but there are segments when we are like a forerunners, and then there are segments where we are lacking behind. Thought biases. I've been discussing with the sociologists and anthropologists quite a lot. And I remember it was like 8 years ago when I started at Tori.fi. I had my own background in marketing. I was a CMO in 2 listed companies before that. And always when I started in my new work, I did one thing. I did a customer study. I asked 2 questions: that why are you buying this product, or why you are not buying this product? That's actually very prevailing thing when you get the quantitative and qualitative answers to these topics. And I remember why people are not buying some second-hand products, and what are the number one categories they don't want to buy second-hand. First category in Finland and also in Sweden and Norway were used underwear. No one wants to buy them. Of course, I have to say that in hospital and army we have those. That's a kind of like some kind of thought dilemma, I could say. But then the number 2 category are the used bed sheets. People have like a very wild imagination what has happened in those bed sheets, and many hygienic reasons and so forth. But hey, still we are going to the hotel and we are sleeping in the used bed sheets, and of course someone has been washing them, but still we don't have same kind of like a thought dilemma in those. Those are very good, actually, to provoke discussion provocation methods. I know that this is not a black and white thing, for example, this bed sheet issue, but still it is provoking discussion and making it making the discussion to become live. One thing we were discussing with Johanna quite a lot, and this very interesting thing actually. I have had a good luck. I have had like very good bosses, and one of them had a background in psychology, and he once said that if you're a pioneer, almost everyone disagrees with you. And there are two messages inside this. One of them is that when you are saying something new which is relevant to someone, it's very, very natural that someone is resisting because it's important for another person. But there also might be one indication behind that is that we are not understanding the problem in the same way when you are facing resistance. And it's very important to understand which one it actually is. And when I take a look at the sustainability-related discussions and different kind of polarizations related to this, it's quite often so that we don't understand the problem in the same way. We are just jumping to the solution. So that is something that we were sparring with Johanna as well, that it's very important that we understand why people are disagreeing. Is it so? Because it's kind of like opening up the discussions and taking it to the right direction, because there are always some invisible drivers behind the issues. Creating terminology, dormant capital, nukkuva pääoma is invented by me, I have to advertise. It's very interesting thing. In the developed countries, the economy is measured by GDP. But GDP measures only the trade of new items. It's not measuring the dormant capital in people's closets. We can see that when we take a look at the a long time horizon, it's not that long, but 20 years, and estimate to 2030, is that the production of the new items in each and every category has increased faster than GDP and faster than population growth. That means that we have more and more items sleeping in the people's closets or balance sheets of the companies. That also means that there is a lot of fuel for something new. Dormant capital is a huge opportunity of our lifetime. For example, according to Ellen MacArthur Foundation, there are ready-made clothes for 6 generations if we are having this like a 5 clothes per year kind of approach to the clothing consumption. When we are taking like a new term and discussing about that is also provoking like a very solution-oriented discussion. Of course, this kind of new kind of terms, they can get like a different kind of connotations and so forth. We know that if I say lihavero in Finland, I think quite many have like a bad connotation related. It's a kind of like one kind of taxation. It's called meat tax that we are talking about here. Someone has invented that, Timo Soini has invented, for example, that term. But there's a lot of discussion around it. That is important that we are like trying to find new names for these new phenomena. Economic context is also very important. Everything is composed of markets, but everything is not composed of money only, because there is human capital and everything included in the value chains and productivity. But still, if we take a look at the penetrations of different markets and the so-called secondary markets, part of those, they are in very, very low market penetrations at the moment. It has been estimated, by the way, that penetration will increase until 30% in many categories. The penetration of so-called secondary markets, so not like a virgin market, but secondary or forward markets. There are very interesting drivers, which is also related to the time frame of the economy and also society, is that the different generations are totally different kind of consumers. Take a look at the consumers 20 years ago or 50 years ago. How about the consumers of the future? We know that Generation Z, according to many studies, is totally different compared to the current generations. But what is notable here is that their purchasing power is very low. in each and every country at the moment. There are people who were born between 1997 to 2012. Many of them are still studying. Their earnings are below 20,000 euros per year, but their purchasing power will increase. And how that purchasing power will be split between sustainable markets or so-called linear markets, it's very interesting to extrapolate the current systems based on the new purchasing power. When we take a look at the studies at the moment, we can see there's also a very polarized generation, by the way. There are those who are buying cheap crap from Temu and Leino and so forth, and then there are those who want to buy second-hand first. So that polarization is actually increasing, which is very interesting issue. But the markets are a very good way to provoke discussions about the solutions. Okay, one more, it's value chain picture. Understanding the value chain, of course, this linear value chain from raw materials to production, import, trade, consumer, and at the end we have more than 90% waste that is invented by someone. I don't know who. If someone of you knows who has invented linear economy, I would like to hear. Some kind of invisible hand has been there, but the current system is challenging. But understanding the value chain helps us to think different kind of solutions. So there is a lot of different kind of waste generated in this current system, and there are new markets which are full of new labor, full of new cross margins or profits, and there are more taxes to the society. It's very interesting. Let's take one example of that. The secondary market part, which means that so second-hand trade in the UK, there's a local Bureau of Statistics together with Barclays Payments in 2022 calculating the contribution to the economy, only that part of the economy. The growth of the second-hand market in 2022 actually contributed 7 billion pounds to the UK's economy and 49,000 new jobs. We are now living in Finland. There are 6 million consumers here. This is 9.5 times a smaller economy than UK, but it would have generated 5,000 more jobs in Finland if all the variables would have been the same. So huge potential there, and that's important to take a look at the value chain and the market as well, and because not every part in this sustainable transformation is not that profitable, but there are definitely some sweet spots. I think I start to sound a bit like a problem-oriented person, but I'm kind of like I see it's very important that we understand the problems same way and discuss about the problems before we are jumping to the solutions. It's very important to understand what is preventing the progression. And there are always defense mechanisms. We as human beings, some virus comes, we have a lot of defense mechanisms. So does the current economy. We have a lot of habits and we have a lot of structures which are quite traditional, invented by someone. Very good example of that. In Finland, we started bottle returning system, developing that legislative framework around that and infrastructure, the machines and so forth, like more than 30 years ago. And these days we have like 90% returning rate on that segment, and people are behaving accordingly. We have like habits. At least I have that bottle returning box at home, and then I always take them when I go to the shop. So behavior and structures are in line. But this is not the case in each and every part, and that is why it's important to understand some kind of hierarchies. And in circular economy, I have used this kind of picture, which is circular hierarchy. We all know that if we are denying that no one is buying anything, it's quite bad for the economy. But then if we are decreasing consumption and at the same time there are more quality products in the economy, or then we are reusing things, lending things, repairing and so forth, there is more economical value there and less economical burden. These are also one way to approach that what is actually preventing implementing these, and that is taking us forward to the right solutions and provoking the dialogues related to that. There are just some examples of this. These discussions that are ongoing. For example, double tax is something that the EU Commission is discussing now. 3 years ago, when I first met with the current climate commissioner Wopke Hoekstra, he didn't have anything, the slightest clue that there's some kind of a double tax, and he's a former finance minister of the Netherlands. So that means that the circular economy has been kind of like a blind spot on this area. Double tax, by the way, it means that if I'm buying this suit and paying like 500 euros, there is like a 25.5% is the value-added tax. But then, if it's a second-hand product and I'm selling it back to the shop and shop is reselling it, there is more taxes included, which means that there's double tax without a possibility to deduct that tax. Of course, someone might say there's a political thing, but I don't think it's a political thing. It's a structural thing, and it's very, very interesting that in Finland and EU, I've been talking about this from left to right. Politicians, they're agreeing on this. This is insane. So we have a lot of this kind of structures. Prices versus new. We all know that there is a huge gap. At least in the Western countries, a lot of manual work related to the many sustainable businesses and so-called linear IT and logistics. Quite many systems in the current digital ecosystems are based on the fact that there is a product, there is a stock. It's called stock keeping unit (SKU), and there are like several same kind of products, and they are going only to the one direction. But when products are not the same, they require curation or something, and so-called reverse logistics starting to happen. All of those structures are in a problem. I don't want to be a problem-oriented person, because when we take a look at the new startups in the circular economy, almost every one of them is some kind of solution related to the defense mechanisms of the linear economy. They are IT systems, circular IT systems, they are material innovations. They are ways to somehow tackle this double tax system, which means that there is no currency in between, some kind of oravan-nahka kind of exchange mechanisms and this kind of things. That is why it's important to understand the problem here as well. What are the defense mechanisms in your industry? What are the most challenging things there? Because they're also the greatest solutions related to that. I want to mention this, is that of course we are living in Europe, in the European Union. There are 500 million consumers here. One thing that when the Maastricht Agreement were done in 1995, and there was so-called like a single markets in EU, there are these days like 27 different countries with different economic policies. That means that there is one product policy related to the, let's say, like a sustainability or right and repair and this kind of things, but there are 27 different economic policies, which means that taxation and different kind of subsidies to the different businesses are shared in a different way. And that's something we have to address. And I think it's important that when we take a look at the challenges we are facing in your project or in your business or sharing subsidies to the businesses or whatever, it's important to see that this is a framework which is not changing very fast. Positive narratives it's a very important. Of course, we want to create hope. No one wants to listen like a world is ending kind of stories. I've been talking about this circular economy. Of course, some people say that I'm like a lobbyist of circular economy. I'm not a lobbyist of circular economy. I think it's not like the only solution here. And no one knows how the circular economy will look like. But if we don't think and envision some of the key benefits which are related to that, if we don't believe that there are more jobs to people because AI is taking like many kind of like easy tasks from the society, and so many manual tasks as well. If you don't believe that there is a healthier balance of trade these days, for example, in Finland, many other European countries, the trade balance is actually negative. Kauppatase is negative. There must be income for society to fund things like aging populations and so forth, and must be self-sufficiency in the economy. Of course, that is very important these days, and this like autonomy when it comes to raw materials in the European Union has become very important topic after this economically polarized world. Well, the EU, USA, and China are forming some sweet spots there, and of course, inclusion. It's very important actually, because many young generations, they are thinking about how the future looks like. What is my role in this new, very fast changing society and economy? Meaning that there must be certain benefits related to the vision of the economy. But I don't know how the circular economy will look like. And I'm not sure if I even want to know how it looks like. But for sure is that if you don't believe that there is a positive narrative around that, then it's very difficult to invite people to figure out the best possible solutions for that. I think I'm approaching to the end. It's something that I would like to highlight. Don't be afraid to raise some very painful topics as well. I don't have children, so this is very like a lucrative opportunity to talk about raising children. Did you know that average 10-year-old has 238 toys? Is it a lot or not? Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah. Who is buying it? Who is buying them? Him or herself is not buying them, but who is buying them? No, adults, but not parents. Not parents. Who is buying them? Because they hate that like a huge pile of toys. Relatives, yeah, grandmother, grandmas, yeah, and this gift culture actually, which is generating so much dormant capital to the balance sheet of a child. Yeah. No, only SKUs, so stock keeping units. So not only the single Lego or some other paper holder. So those are like a real products which are sold on the shelves of the stores. This is just like one topic that we don't have routines. We are raising people to the linear economy, and if we think that we as an adults, we are here in different kind of projects and thinking about that, hey, future should look like this and that, and then we are not touching those very fundamental things which are affecting our own operating system when we are young. For example, those who are spending like Christian Christmas, we know that there's a Santa Claus coming and there's a huge pile of gifts. What the typical relative says to the child who is opening the gifts? At least in Finland. I don't know about other countries.
You don't have time to open them every.
That might be as well. And then one I think quite a common comment is that you have been so kind because you got so many gifts. Olet ollut niin kiltti, kun saat näin paljon lahjoja. Is it so? Yeah. So it's a wrong narrative. I think kind of wrong narrative. Bit black and white. It's not at least it's not like a boosting this sustainable transformation. Of course, it's another story why toys they must have like electricity inside, and why even cat toys have electricity or batteries inside these days. Or there are many examples of this, but those are like sensitive topics related to the single consumption habits that we have, that very critical ones when we holistically want to address important things. And that means that we are in the habit changing business, each and every one of us. And I think it's very important here in today's agenda that Johanna gave a very good introduction, and that is why I think it's very important also to have a dialogue related to that. And I think we have reserved time for that. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Timo. So many thoughts came to my mind based on your presentation and about those structural challenges and defense mechanisms what we have related to circular economy, why circular economy doesn't go. It's still quite marginal way of doing business in general, and so this gave a really good view on this, and I would like to say about this toy thing that it's possible to say to the grandmother that don't buy them to my child, those toys, that please just be with the child. And this is my message to every parent in this seminar, that you can say so, and it's you can questionize these habits what we have, and start to do differently. Just do it. And do you have any questions to Timo?
I think we can also translate if you want to ask Finnish, so it's possible, I think.
Thank you so much for a very nice and inspiring presentation. So I have a question. You told that we need to create long-term visions. But what would you say for unbelievers that say, can we really find the solutions today for the challenges in the future? When we live in the times, we don't know what will happen in the future. So just can you give something like arguments for those people that don't believe that it's necessary to do anything?
You're very right on this, and it's, I think, one way of approaching this is to somehow separate the so-called secular trends, which are happening anyway, like aging of the population and scarcity of the raw materials, price increase in the future logistics, and so forth, which are happening anyway. It is not like opinion thing. And then there are many things related to the different kind of technologies and systems and how societies develop and so forth, which are mostly based on the opinions and so forth. And I've been mostly focusing on these so-called secular trends and argumenting things and discussion around them, and then also admitting that there's so much of these topics that no one knows what will happen. And I think this is also building trust, that we are, when someone is against something, we are admitting that I don't know what will happen, and I'm not like lobbying one solution only, but let's take a look at these things which most likely will happen and what kind of things can be derived from that. And I think that is also helping, at least in this circular economy discussion. It's quite important. For example, there are some NGOs who are like lobbying, of course, agenda of their own businesses. It's very understandable that they're not focusing on some parts of the sustainability at the moment because it's not profitable today or profitable after 3 years. There are no incentives. But then when we take a look at 20 years or 30 years forward and take a look at the secular trends, the Excel sheets will change. And that's perhaps one way to approach it.
Yes, thanks for excellent presentation. Just you also serve as EU climate ambassador, as we are now here in a final meeting of a EU-funded project, and also which is connected to the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region. And we are at the very final stages of the current EU program period, and now actively following and a bit worried about the next program period. And we see clear signs of weakening focus on green transition in the new proposals. At the same time, also we see the weakening role of regions, and then including the local authorities. We are a project between the cities and municipalities and regions also. How do you see these kind of trends as also closely involved in the EU policy making? That of course this is just a proposal, and there's a lot we can do still to change the course. But what's your view and analysis of the current situation?
Yeah, this is an excellent question, and I have to underline that it's very difficult for me because I'm under the EU Commission in this role, so it's difficult for me to discuss about the political things that much. But I think when it comes to EU decision making and things you were referring to, is that the history, I think, it doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. Or that it's important to separate what is happening in the EU decision making and what is happening in the companies. That's not always the same thing. For example, there are many large companies who are still focusing on the sustainability related projects as much or even more than before this commission started. That's one thing. It's the same kind of issue that the stock exchange and economy are not the same thing. The economical growth and the success of the companies, they might be a totally different thing. We have seen that over the last 4 years, for example, S&P 500 or Europe MSCI index, and then the economy, they're totally different. They look totally different. But I think there will be a time when the secular trends we are facing anyway, and that is something the EU Commission understands, and also the European Climate Pact that I'm representing is also understanding this very well. And I think that focus hasn't it hasn't been lost, but of course there's more public discussion related to which is kind of against the transformation journeys of the companies. But I would take like a longer perspective in that because when we take a look at the raw materials globally, for example, or need for renewable energy and so forth, Europe needs to be more self-sufficient in both of those, and there are not that many options actually in the long term. But it's a good and important topic, but I would take a longer, higher time horizon.
Thanks for the thought-provoking talk. I'm Pauliina Lehtonen from Tampere University, and I don't know if this is like a question or more of a thought or comment, but I was just starting to think that from the viewpoint of like the individual citizen or consumer, and how in a way we really often hear from the news, for example, that when politicians speak that we need to get our like economy to rise, and that we need to consume more. And I was then thinking that it somehow creates this kind of a contradictory feeling for an individual person that I'm now like, in order to be a good citizen, I have to consume more. But then I was, maybe the question is then that how would you see that what possibilities we have to change like this kind of narrative, or should we have more I don't know, responsibility for media, for example, to bring up the circular economy type of issues, or how to kind of tackle this problem in a way?
Extremely good question, and I've been also thinking about that. And of course, this kind of comments that let's just consume more without saying something after that, it's kind of like a typical way for politicians to approach this, because it's quite black and white thing. I think it's more a question of what we are consuming and how. If you're, for example, in Finland or Sweden, Norway, the consumer in durables trade, käyttötavarakauppa in Finnish, is roughly 4,000 euros per person, and it's increasingly based on the cheap import from China and other places and so forth. It's totally different if we are substituting this 40 clothes per year in Finland with 7 good quality clothes from the local markets, and they're repairing those and lending those and boosting second hand and so forth. The economy looks totally different. There are, on this circular part, there are more taxes, there are healthier trade-off balance, there are more jobs and so forth. But politicians, they don't this kind of points to those comments. So I think we can consume more. It's not a problem, but it depends what we are consuming, if it's based on the services and so forth. And this narrative is teasing me a bit. But I think this is something that we all, as influencers of this scene, we have to add those kind of spices to this discussion.
One more question.
Thank you for who you are and what you do. When you are presenting this reality, which is of course pessimistic, I want to, maybe you can share what is your personal driver and motivation and the hope? Where do you get it?
It's quite often of course I have my own business background and background as an entrepreneur as well. And when we are hiring people, I quite often ask what is driving you, because that is something which is very long term and sustainable. And very often, and I'm not a psychologist, but many often it is somehow derived from your childhood. And it's same for me when we were. When I was young, we went to the flea markets with my parents. It was a recession time in Finland in the beginning of the 1990s. I learned this kind of like a second-hand kind of way of consuming things. And then I went to the working life. I had my first laptop, and one button was missing for some reason, and then they just changed the whole laptop. It was so huge, like contradiction between those two ways of consuming things. And this is something that I've been willing to change. And I remember when my father died 7 years ago, and he was the one who always was promoting that go to the flea markets, and it's kind of like it's nice society of people there. You get new friends, and many of my friends are actually from the second-hand shops. Also here in Tampere, second-hand Tampere people, they're behind. So circular economy brings us together better than anything. At least it's one of the drivers that I have. But it's an excellent question. I think when you're looking, every one of us is trying to look for their own motivation every now and then for a reason or another. Take a look at the very early drivers in your own life and think of what is the essential driver from there. For me, it is that.
Thank you, Timo. So, I would like to complement here and comment also the previous question about second-hand business, that it's not business like any business. We shouldn't think it similarly as any other business, which is just looking for profits and making new technologies and so on. Second-hand business is a transformative business, and it also needs support, different kind of support, like tax support and so on. So this kind of there is a problem in our thinking, decision makers and so on, who think it's a business as any other business. But it's not. It has a huge opportunity, and it's also experiences. It's about communities, community building, or it needs communities around and so on. So it's also about social sustainability and so on. So it's not a business like any other, to my mind. And then we have next presentations, next speakers. I would like to invite here to the front. So second-hand Tampere is the next one, which is goes well after Timo's presentation, and they will present you how We Make Transition project benefited the second-hand Tampere Association, and also I would like to invite already to the floor here Tuomas and Disa, if you can also come here. So Tuomas and Disa are from Blokgarden and Rebuilders Cooperative. They have been involved in the Tampere Transition Arena. And then Daniel and Marte from Trondheim. Or so Daniel, welcome. Daniel will tell about the impacts in Trondheim from the local actor point of view. And I would like to underline that this We Make Transition project has engaged enormous number of these local actors in our 12 transition arenas in 6 countries. And you will get now a small slice of these impacts. So Anne and Leena, floor is yours.
So thank you, Timo, our fact dude. We are the value ladies, I think, maybe with Anne. But first I would like to ask for you to stand up if you are wearing something secondhand. Could I please see how many? Thank you. And if you have bought something secondhand this year, could you stand up also? Phone, car, whatever. Pretty cool, yeah? Everyone. Yeah. Maybe. There's 2 people there. Oh, 2. We have to talk to you after this. So thank you for joining. So it's very nice to see you all here. Thank you for your time, exactly 7 minutes, like Johanna told us, to be brief.
Yes.
And most of all, your attention.
We are flexible.
Good, you have been. So, we are representing SHT. And what is it? It's a second-hand Tampere organization, founded year 2023, so 2 years ago, by me, Leena Aalto, I'm the chairwoman, and the lovely Anne Korkala, the vice chairwoman. So second-hand Tampere is a pioneer. It's a Finnish community media and information hub for the second-hand sector. Our mission is to increase the visibility and appreciation of second-hand, support circular economy retailers, and strengthen collaboration within the sector, both locally in Tampere, but also in nationwide. As a non-profit association, our core values are ecological and ethical action, community and equality, guided by optimism and solution orientation. In other words, we get things done with a smile. Anne, show it. Good job. So Tampere, the second-hand capital of Finland, has a vibrant and diverse circular economy scene, including second-hand, antique and vintage shops like my own, Vintage Garden, flea markets and various rental repair and maintenance service providers. Our goal is to bring this growing group of entrepreneurs together, highlight their work, and make it as easy as possible for 2 dudes back there and for all of us to find them. For example, through the second-hand Tampere map. We have made 2 maps so far. This is the first one and the second one. And you will find these from that table.
And why we do have 2 maps?
There are so many new entrepreneurs coming to our family, so we needed to do it again. And the need is is again for this next year if we get the funding for it. So a map is featuring nearly 200, maybe next year 2000, small and large circular economy businesses operating at the consumer interface. And this is exactly why Anne and I decided 3 years ago that something had to be done. The need for an organization like SHT was unmistakable. Our growing field, and must say a little bit overheating field, needed coordination, representation, and stronger voice. We wanted to promote responsible consumption and circular economy practices at the consumer level. Over time, our broader focus has become building an ecosystem that supports services extending product life cycles and ultimately contributes to the well-being of consumers, entrepreneurs, communities, cities, the economy and the entire country and the planet as a whole. So it's a win-win thing.
Okay, my turn. Thank you, Leena. Just a second. And how did we participate? About a year ago, we were delighted to receive an invitation from Johanna to present our association and our grassroots work. Since that, we have taken part in discussions and workshops, met other operators and city representatives, and received valuable guidance from Johanna, who has supported and helped us also outside the official meetings. And what were the benefits of participating? Through the We Make transition, we have met people and organizations we would not have been able to reach on our own. These conversations clarified our mission and gave us encouragement and confidence. Positive feedback from the city's deputy, mayors and politicians has been extremely meaningful for our volunteer-driving team. Although the city of Tampere has not yet provided financial support for our operations or the publication of the second-hand Tampere map, the arena offered several concrete benefits. Access to city-owned meanwhile use space, giving us a work and sales space in Kaleva Hall for 6 months, organizing repair workshops in the space in cooperation with the city of Tampere. Kiitos, Tiina. 1,000 grant from the We Make Transition project financial support for the visibility and second-hand Tampere website development. Help and support from Johanna Leino and assistant from her interns during the setup of the hall. And fostered discussions with City and Visit Tampere. With City and Visit Tampere, how Tampere as the Finnish capital of second-hand could be promoted together.
So I tried to be quick. I saw that 1 minute thing. So what is the broader impact of Arena? As a new grassroots association, the Arena offered us an excellent platform to be heard and to direct our activities towards stronger networks, both with our other future Arena participants and with various city departments. We have also received appreciative feedback from our members. We have about 100 members at the moment who value that we are advancing their cause. Most of them are small business owners, so it's very important that they are being represented. Thank you again, Johanna, and the whole Arena team for the opportunity to be involved and for your relentless work and efforts. We have found here the same relentlessness and dedication that we in Secondhand Tampere have and must have. Warm thank you from behalf of our team and Secondhand members, which is a growing group of entrepreneurs in the field of future. We are grateful for this chance and positive start to our collaboration with all participants and the city of Tampere. But yeah, no. Thanks. But this is only the beginning. We now need the support of the city of Tampere to take the next step and secure the funding necessary to carry out effective and professional work of SHT in advancing the city's own green transition and carbon neutrality goals. As we've already shown, we know how to do this. Just let us. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I say a few words.
Couple of minutes.
Yes. So thank you for the presentation. And I think generally in the Tampere Arena of sustainable life that you will hear a little bit more soon. Secondhand Tampere got their voice lifted because many politicians also participated in our arena. That was a really important. So we created a new, or we empowered this discussion about this business sector in Tampere, and that the politicians also got aware that there are quite many second-hand actors in our city, and how they should be promoted, and especially they need visibility in order to make it easy for people to choose second-hand and go to these repairing shops and services. So thank you so much for your presentation, and then Tuomas and Disa.
Okay, thank you. Mistä tää vaihtuu tosta? Johanna pistää. Joo. Eli vihreä. You can look at art for a while. So this is our center at the Kalevan Halli in the picture. An art made by Jaakko Lavapuro, who is a local artist and also one of our Rebuilders collective. But let's go into our presentation. So I am Disa Kamula, and I am one of the founders of Rebuilders Jälleenrakentajat collective. It was founded in 2020, right before COVID hit us, and we started from the verb begin. So we wanted to start from somewhere, put our hands in the dirt, to put it this way. But then the COVID hit and we couldn't do that, so we only started creating a structure. And the structure was a cooperative. And we try to be clear in our communication. Let's see how this happens today. And so the question from Johanna was, why did we participate in Tampere Arena of Sustainable Life? And I will tell you my story first, and then I will hand over to Tuomas, and then our stories will come together at some point. So some of you here have met me already in the beginning of this We Make Transition project. I was
telling about my journey with the local activism and the case Hay Park, where the city wanted to build a house on top of the smallest park in the Tampere. And there was a citizens activist movement that wanted to protect this park. We had more than 2,000 signs on the petition, and we were able to save the park eventually. So this was the background. So the communication with the city has been a bit tough, let's put it this way. But now there is no building, and then so I'm a local activist, generally interested in planetary well-being of the people and the planet and all the species. And I was one of the facilitators in a local and regional ecological transition project run by the Council of Pirkanmaa region in 2020, so 5 years ago. And since this time, I have realized that I am actually a change agent. And I have tried to support projects and activities that are supporting the planetary well-being of all species. And this is also the reason why we established this cooperative, and I'm part of the founding members and the first chair still in this position. Where was I? So I was invited to take part in this We Make Transition project since the very beginning as a change agent, as a local change agent, and I'm very happy about the results of this journey. I met some of you in Tallinn and in Gdynia and was able to take part in the bigger project, creating this vision and taking part in the many workshops and the transition arenas. And locally, the project has been able to bring together the active citizens and the decision makers in the Tampere arena of sustainable life. And this dialogue between the politicians and the city officials and with us citizens and change agents is very important also in the future. The actual collaborations that was born between our Jälleenrakentajat cooperative, Blokgarden, and the Labra 540 Artist Collective, which Jaakko is part of, during this pilot project is the biggest reason why these arenas are needed also in the other countries and regions. And I have to note here that after Timo's keynote and the discussion about the consumption, my answer would be to consume more experiences. And this is what art and culture brings us. But Tuomas, now I give you the mic, and why did you take part in this transition arena?
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Tuomas Ilander. I'm an urban farmer and a co-founder of Blokgarden. And we have a big vision about urban farming producing up to 30% of our daily needs one day. But right now what we are doing is, we create green urban spaces to fight the nature laws and to bring more biodiversity into the cities. And we also establish community gardens. And how we got involved with this We Make Transition project is through our community garden in Kaleva. So we founded this garden back in 2024, and we were joined together with an artist collective, Labra 540, and this was one of these meanwhile spaces from city of Tampere, and we were allowed to get this workspace for 6 months. During this summer, we got really close together with the artist collective and we organized various events. And during the summer, sort of the vision of something bigger started to grow. And the vision that we had, what Kalevan Halli could be, is a cultural hall of sustainable life. But yeah, the fact is that we didn't really know how to do it. We didn't really have the resources for it. We didn't really have the people for it. And there, this We Make Transition project came into picture. So we were invited to the transition arena, and we got to talking with City of Tampere, with the politicians, and also with the other organizations in Tampere who are organizing some sort of sustainable events, for example, Secondhand Tampere, or we got involved with tradition building association, Piiru. We got involved with bike fixing collective. So we got involved with many of organizations that had kind of like the same vision and the same path to take. So Transition Arena sort of enabled us to establish this kind of a culture hall of sustainable life. And what we did during the summer is, well, we wanted to kind of like show an example. We didn't want to be preaching to people how to live a sustainable life because everyone has their own opinion about it. We just wanted to kind of like show how we want to do it and invite the people there to do it together with us. So we established a community garden. We had some chickens, we had some bathing children in garden boxes, and we had bees on the rooftops. We had some clowns. Yeah, so we organized various events. We organized them outside. We had Kids Artist Festival. We had some gigs. We had some movie nights. We had, of course, a lot of the things were joined together with the garden. So eating together was one of the big things that we did there. And obviously composting, regenerative farming techniques. This is something that we wanted to showcase what to do in Kalevanhalli and invited people there to participate with us. Some of the things happened outside, some of them happened inside. We didn't organize all of the events ourselves. We had many other organizations organizing these with us. So for example, Secondhand is one of the key organizations that were organizing these repair workshops. But we also had people there building hydroponics farming systems and all of those things. So this was a very exciting summer for us. And we're hoping to see more of this in the future. And hoping that we get something good out of this in the future. Let me give you back to you.
Thank you. So we also got the 1 minute, so I will just close up with this. Here are some of our collaborators. I couldn't find all the logos, but they are very important. And this is also our supporters from the city of Tampere, and I wanted to quote from the carbon neutral activities publication something, but maybe that will come after. But thank you for your support in this project. It has been really important, and the words of other people are more important. I would like to quote from Mika Vuori, the program manager from the Wellbeing Development Program, which was in here in Finnish, that Kaleva Hall enables much needed low threshold participation opportunities for city residents. It also brings together people of different ages and thus creates intergenerational encounters and strengthens the experience of community. Loneliness can be reduced by creating places where people can easily meet others in shared activities. For this reason, Kaleva Hall has been valuable. And this was a quote from Mika Vuori, program manager of the Wellbeing Development Program. I think that says a lot about this importance. And then I want to end with one quote from another sustainability advocate. And this is Amma. How many knows Amma? Yeah, at least Timo knows. Nobody else knows? Well, maybe some nods. Okay. So I was hugging Amma a few weeks ago and I bought Amma's Purse of Wisdom book. And there's a quote for today, November 26th. The flow of life. A drop of water cannot be a river. A river is formed by numerous water drops. It is the joining together of countless drops that creates a flow. And the real flow of life lies in unity, in the oneness that arises out of love. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Disa and Tuomas. And just to clarify one thing, that this was a pilot that was co-created in the We Make Transition Arena in Tampere, and we piloted together this during this year, and it went so well as Tuomas and Disa described. There was even feedback questionnaire. Whoever visited that place was asked what kind of benefits did this person got from this place, and how it has impacted, and so on. And we got more than 100 answers, and all the answers were very, very positive, and there were many things like this has reduced isolation and really strengthened communities. So this kind of feedback was good evidence for the city to see that we need this kind of places in our city, and what it can do for the people. What is it for the well-being of people? So thank you, Disa and Tuomas. And if you have any questions, I really recommend to discuss with all these who have presented today, or for example during lunch and so on. And Daniel, welcome.
So my name is Daniel and Marte today. It was supposed to be a duet, but it seems like it's gonna be a solo. I got some slides. So I'm just gonna be Marte for a little while. So just imagine me being Marte. Marte is the one to the left there. She is the leader of Trondheim's the Trondheim division of the Future in Our Hands organization. The Future in Our Hands organization was established in 1974. It was it's a book called Fremtiden I våre hender, which is a Norwegian version of it, which was written 2 years before, which criticizes a little bit on the Western consumption of things, written by Erik Daman. And it was established, 2 years later in 1974. They have now 50,000 members, approximately. It's the largest one in Norway of its kind. And Arne Næss, the philosopher, for those who know him, was the first chairman of this organization. So, and now I'm Daniel. Hi, nice to meet you. By the show of hands, who eats food here? Very good, a little bit concerning. But yeah, now then this will be relevant for all of you. So the Just Store was, we got an idea in the beginning of COVID. I'm not gonna go too much into that, but I'm going to skip a little bit ahead on the slides and talk about why we started this and why we were part of the We Make Transition networks, and why we and Future in Our Hands organization are now collaborating a lot together. I'm just going to skip this super fast.
Please show the title of your Transition Arena there.
Sustainable Local Food System in Trondheim. The reason we chose this topic is that in Norway we close one farm every day. We lose on average 4 farmers. In every job in farming there is 4 added jobs in the local communities that supports every farmer. That means that we're losing 16 jobs especially in rural communities in Norway every day. Over 60% of our food is imported, and just for context, we have no national school meals in Norway, the richest country in the world. And yeah, I'm gonna jump a little bit back. Sorry, Johanna, for doing this, but so this is the first workshop in the We Make Transition arena in Trondheim. It was an open call for everyone that's into these topics to come and share and talk about knowledge around this. So the Just Store, we are a vision and value-driven company. We are envisioning a more just food system. That is a food system where the producers are left with most of the value, since they are the one taking the risk and doing all the work for it. We want to use the food system for creating human and social capital, as it always has been. The campfire we had back in the the days, a couple years ago, was to talk, decompress, share knowledge, and create communities around it. And we want a food system which is a part of the solution instead of the problem. Biodiversity, so on and so forth. We really like the small is beautiful thoughts around this. So we have the defined 4 values that we're creating in the new food system based upon. It is small is beautiful, which means that when things get too big, it turns into shit. It's justice, equality, which means that everybody, no matter where they come from, should have the access to clean, healthy food and everything around that. It's a idea meritocracy, which means that the best ideas shall win, no matter where they come from. And we are co-creating this food system, which is, I see a lot of familiar faces here. So it's both a very enjoyable and a little bit of melancholy, thinking that this is the last one. Yeah. No, so, where were we? So, the impact of We Make Transition and how this has impacted both Just Store's future and a lot of other people that was in that room's future. First time I met Linda, which we'll be talking a little bit later, of the municipality of Trondheim, was at this first workshop. The first time I met Eystein, met Kjersti, which is not here today, and met Martin, all of these people, all these great people that we are now collaborating with every day, was met through this thing. And I get 2 minutes left? Wow, I'm gonna speed up. So, coffee break next for all you guys. So we met all these people here. We were able to talk through the different issues that we were facing, all of us. We found out that we are doing the same thing. Arve, no, okay, let me start to the right here. Kjersti, working with the county of Trøndelag, it's the one that we are standing here and talking about it. Ingrid, which is to the left from her, we are now making a food festival in Trondheim together. Arve is on our board now. Tonje is part of the municipality and somebody that we're collaborating with almost every day. Astrid made sure that she's the leader of the Green Party in Trondheim. That's the first time I met her. She's now a tenant of our venue in Trondheim and helping us with the rent so we can stay in that beautiful little venue. Can't see who the next person are. That's Ellen, my co-founder. Ingunn, we're now joining a company together. Can't see who that is, and that is me to the left there. So this has been really, really important. And not just this, we are inspired by the Center for Sustainable Life, where we will go later. We are now turning our old store into this type of center. Very, very much inspired by this. Very inspired by Blokgarden and everything that they are doing. I've been showing the second-hand Tampere map to a lot of people, both in Southbourne and in the UK, which are really enthusiastic about this. And we are also looking into making one in the northern part of Trøndelag, so that people from Trondheim can do like a weekend trip going all around the second-hand stores which are around there. So I really want to talk to you guys a little bit more later about that. Getting to know people, networking, empowering, it's been really, really, really beautiful. And I think we found the solution to a more just food system, not just in Norway, but in Europe, based on this project. So talk to me if anybody's interested in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel, also. So there you go. There is a huge transnational effect of this project. So it's not only something that we did locally, but there is a lot of learning. We were able with this project to go a bit deeper to the grassroots level and made these great, creative, inspiring actors to start to discuss together also across countries. So new ideas were initiated and new cooperation. Do you have any question, just one, to any of these who just presented? Disa, Daniel, Anne and Leena? No questions at this point. So everybody is looking for the coffee break now. So I give floor to Tiina if you want to say.
I just wanted to say something about the coffee break. So are we ready for that one? Yeah, okay. So thank you for all the great presentations. We have now coffee and it's for 15 to 11. So you have also time to meet and go ask questions in a private conversations and get to know each other. One thing about the names that you wrote in the list when you came in, there was also needed a cross that we can use the pictures taken from this event. So there's quite many crosses missing. So if it's okay if we share the pictures, great pictures that we have here and use it in the communication of the project. So please go and add the cross after your name if you forget it. I at least did. So I think that many of you did also. So have a great coffee break and 15 to 11 back here.
15 past 11.
Sorry.
And don't go away. Okay, let's continue. Hope you had some coffee. You can drink it also over here, the coffee. And we continue with the program. So now it's time to give voice to the local authorities and representatives and regional authority representatives. First, Tiina Leinonen and Ilona Kyykoski. You can introduce yourself and from which department you are and so on. From the city of Tampere.
Hello everybody again. Now I'm taking my hat, another hat, and I'm taking the hat that I have had in this We Make Transition project, which is that I'm a program manager for the development program on carbon neutral actions in Tampere, and these are already showed our last week published publication. It's unfortunately not in English yet, and we don't even have the Finnish ones here, but you will hear from us. I hope that Johanna can forward it also to you. We have been focusing on sustainable life and how to take citizens into the climate and nature work in together with the city of Tampere. And would you like to, Ilona, introduce yourself now or later? Okay. We have been participating in the Tampere Future Arena and the We Make Transition project from the beginning. And Johanna asked us to told that what is the meaning of the transition arena and the Tampere Future Arena for the city, and that's what we tell today, me and Ilona. And we had the the transition arena in Tampere was called Future Arena of Sustainable Life, and we wanted to keep it kind of wide. We didn't focus in the beginning, for example, for the food or the transportation or consumption, because we wanted to see the holistic view of the sustainable life, same kind of that we have in our development program. And we wanted to ask from the participants of the transition arena that what are the important topics for the citizens and the local actors, and what is the city role in that conversation. And we had this by the process that we have these preliminary discussions, and then we made a focus that what we are focusing on, and the 4 focus areas were enabling urban spaces to support sustainable life, and then civic participation in the urban planning, and visibility of the second-hand and repair services, and promotion of the biodiversity. And you already heard about some results about the visibility of the second-hand and repair services. You will hear in the afternoon about the promotion of the biodiversity, and Ilona will tell about the urban spaces to support sustainable life. And and about the civic participation, the urban planning, we don't have here the big story to tell, but I think that we have made also progress on that side. And that's because we have this arena. And I think that the big thing about the arena is that different people meet and find common ground in sustainability. Timo said that circular economy is something that it's not polarizing people, and I think that was the kind of a very important insight for me that there is common ground for the different kind of politicians also. We had politicians from in the arena from the beginning, and here is the picture from I think the first of the official arena meetings, and there is in the panel there is the left wing and the right wing politicians, and I don't remember who was it, Jouni or Marika who said, but they said something like that we seldom agree or we normally disagree, but now I totally agree with the colleague here next to me. So I think that was kind of a very rememberable moment about the arenas, and I think that says it all. And well, as we have already heard from the earlier presentations today, and also all the arena participants in the different countries and cities have felt that but the important thing was that we understand the different views. We are doing the cross-sectoral co-creation. We are bringing different kind of peoples together, and we also find new partners to cooperate with. And I think that the one important thing was, as Johanna already said, that we also find the hope for the future, that this is something that we can and will do together. And about thinking about only about the city perspective, that what is the benefits. So one thing is that we have an open conversation with the different views. I think that is also important that somebody else than the city was calling the arenas. So even though we're doing a close cooperation, it was still the project who was asking the politicians and the city officials and the associations and everybody to come in. And it was also Johanna as a person that was very persistent and having the conversation and doing so. So I thank you, Johanna, for that. I think that you are the one key point of the success of the Tampere Transition Arena. And I think that other thing is that the politicians were part of the process, from the planning process in the beginning, and then also in the middle, and then discussing about the results. So they were not only seeing the end results or making some kind of specifications, but they were also seeing the process and how it going on, that what was the common ground that we found and how we started to build on it. And I think that we also achieved some long-term effects. For example, we have now, just a couple of weeks ago, there was a new strategy for the city of Tampere, and there is this sustainability and also the communities and the all the themes that we have here, the biodiversity and everything. It's very much in the strategy, and I think that we have that thing that we had the politicians together in the transition arena, in the Tampere Future Arena, that has a effect on that. But that was all on my side, and now Ilona will tell you more.
Thank you. Yes, so I'm Ilona Kyykoski. I work for the city in the team called Events and City Space and city branding also. But I'm telling you just a little bit about the history, how we actually ended up to work together in We Make Transition project and the city. And there is already few times mentioned mean value spaces model, so I will tell shortly about that too. I've been working quite a lot with the space issues and especially with the temporary spaces. And in general, I think that all the cities owns a lot of different kind of real estate properties and spaces. So I think it's more sustainable to actually use them than keep them empty, because part of them are anyway empty for some reason. And if you use them temporarily, I think at best it creates new kinds of cultural oases to the city, and these can also there can be like a social innovations through these temporary usage of different kind of locations and spaces and venues. And about the mean value spaces, in general, it's a model where the city is offering temporarily vacant real estate properties for cultural use for free. Basically, how does it work? The property management team has been gives some spaces for us, which they kind of defines that which spaces are given to us, and then the cultural services is organizing an open call for artists to apply to get these spaces, approx 6 months time period. And so far we have organized 6 times this open call, and for example, last time when we organized it, we provided space for 20 artists in Tampere. It's kind of it's creating a site-specific urban culture, and first time we also had some private property owners giving their spaces for free for artists if they have these empty spaces, so why they are keeping them empty. So I think it's also smart to use them rather than keep them empty. Anyway, so this led us to the point that why I'm also here. I have also this why this model, sorry. Anyway, I kind of told all this to you already, but it's just smart, and we think that it benefits both professionals and local residents to use these spaces. And this led us to the Culture Center for Sustainable Life project, because in the first point, Blokgarden and Lapra art collective, they were in the mean value space in Kaleva Hall for 7 months. And at the city, we saw what they were doing there. They were kind of organizing different kind of events and urban gardening. And we were thinking that, hey, this is really great that we have this kind of a place where people can just go, do things, be active, and meet other people. So we were started to think that how we can actually make it possible to happen also in the future. In the same time, We Make Transition project started. Same time We Make Transition project started, and then we kind of ended up to have these conversations in the future arena that how we can actually make it possible in the future that we have these kind of places like Kaleva Hall that people are really enjoying and enjoying about that place, and they have a place where they can go and be active and put their hands into the soil. We gathered together some different units at the city, and we kind of aligned it also with the city strategy. And we think that everything what happened at the Kaleva Hall and what has been happening also in this summer in the pilot project, it's actually aligned with the city strategy, and it supports the city strategy. And it also gives a possibility for the residents to actually implement the city strategy together with the city. And of course, we want to also create new forms of collaboration and support DIY culture activities and promote this community engagement and all that. And here is some pictures. You've already seen pictures of that place, but it has been really nice place just to go and enjoy. But But about how we ended up to organize in the administrational way. So there was several units uniting their forces, and that we commissioned Blokgarden and later also rebuilders to operate and manage the space. And there was an interesting part in the agreement that actually the city has the right to use the space, which is kind of important for us as city workers, that there is a place where we can go, we can keep different kind of seminars or events which are organized by the city, but actually there is someone else who is taking care of the place and operating the whole place. So basically we bought this service, this operation service from the Blokgarden. And there has been also school kids group visits and stuff like that. So it's really important for the city that we have that kind of places. And it was kind of a new contract model that we haven't been doing anything like that before at the city. Yep. And about the future arena, and for me it has been like super important that actually these arena meetings and seminars has been actually inviting politicians and engaging them to this process. That they've seen this place, they've seen what we've been doing, and they see all the results. And I don't have know-how or time or anything to actually invite these politicians and keep them in the loop. So it's like really great that they've been kind of participating and part of this because of this transition arenas. And in the end, it's really important that the politicians are aware and they actually support these kind of initiatives, because they are the ones who decide if we get money in the end to do these kind of things. So our aim is that this pilot project will be kind of the model that which we can replicate to the different neighborhoods in Tampere, so that we will have more these kind of places in the city in the future. Not only like one place in Kaleva, but more. But anyway, so that's my part of this, I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Ilona and Tiina, they are the true change makers inside the city. Thank you so much. And do you have any questions? No questions at this point. There is one. Indra.
Thank you. So I have a question about these intermediate use spaces and how to deal with the...
Okay. Can you use this? Sorry.
Because I feel like people put a lot of...
Indra, can you just start again?
Sorry. Okay, so around the intermediate use spaces, it looks like people put a lot of effort into these spaces. We've seen trees planted, chickens. I'm sure there's decorations going around. And isn't there a little bit of this dilemma of you're putting so much effort into a temporary space and this kind of heartbreak almost that you have to leave and start from scratch? And how do you or Kaleva Hall deal with this?
Well, it's true that this model is based on the temporariness, and it's always a sad moment when people need to leave, but that's kind of in the core of that model, because we want to have this rotation, and it's also kind of giving spaces for different kind of projects that you can also test your art or art forms, or do a project, make a theater performance, practice it there, and then perform it, and then you are kind of then it ends. But in this case, we saw that this is something what we want to continue, so that's why we try to find this kind of model that we can actually buy these kind of services. So in this case, it's actually continuing still. But Kaleva Hall, it's an old bus renovation house, and it will be demolished in some point because it's in a quite bad shape. So it's also kind of, I think it's also about that you can kind of reimagine yourself in a different place and kind of keep what you want and then do something new if you are also changing the location and kind of rebuilding things again. But of course, there is two sides in the coin about that case.
Yes, and I can also comment that that in this case it was definitely so that we have this meanwhile use space model in Tampere, and it was discussed that it is so short time, and when there is a good activities that we would like to also be in the future, that how to protect this, and this pilot is not a like it's more continuation because it's a service contract now. So we created a new model on the side of this meanwhile use space concept. Now that you can also utilize this service contract model in order to give life to empty urban space as long as it exists. So for example, in Kaleva Hall, it might be the next 3 years. It is still existing and the place and negotiations with the city about financing this kind of activities is going on. So yes, that's for clarity. And if there are no other, there is still.
Hey, does it work? Yeah. Hey, I'm Timo from Germany. I have one question, maybe because it's a German question about the legal point. Was it only possible to do something like this when you have the legal issues low? Or did you have someone in the team who said, well, we just take responsibility, and if you go in different spaces, you have to look after different legal issues, and there were enough people to say, well, the legal issues cannot take overhand and cut the project down?
All the legal issues need to be kind of clear and taken care of, like safety and all that. So we cannot overlook about those issues. So everything needs to be legal, but it's also like the city is not giving any spaces which are not safe to use. For example, if there is some problems with the indoor, what is that called? Indoor quality, then city doesn't give those spaces for use. So everything needs to be legal and clarified and kind of working.
And you need a bureaucracy ninja like Ilona to tackle all those challenges. So that's a very important thing, that also that there is inside the city organization, there is someone who can find the right persons and go through the discussions that, okay, we don't have the air conditioning here only for this much. Maybe we can open the doors, so maybe we can have them more air and so on.
Yes, and we are always doing all the contracts and everything. It's like a rent contract without any money moving back and forth.
And I think that one thing is that this was like a common for all the different departments. So it was well-being, it was sustainability, it was culture. So we had kind of a very broad cooperation network also inside the city. So I think that's one thing that we got this happen. Yeah.
Yes. So if there are no other questions, let's go to the next one. Ritva from Hämeenkyrö. We have an example of rural municipality, small municipality, and agriculture arena was organized in Hämeenkyrö. Floor is yours.
Thank you. for this possibility to tell you what happened in Hämeenkyrö. It's a municipality only 30 minutes from Tampere. Maybe some of you don't know where it is. So close to this urban city. Tampere is our rural, nice, beautiful municipality. I am official in Hämeenkyrö. I am in charge of living environment and technical sector. And I think I became a change agent myself through this project. My background is from urban development, so I was very enthusiastic to be in this rural matter. So there were many pluses and many things that happened in Hämeenkyrö, but I had only 10 minutes to put it in a nutshell. Those benefits that I wanted to highlight here. It was the first time that we invited different people, different actors together to talk about rural matters in Hämeenkyrö and the sustainability with this project. We succeeded in that. People were active and they wanted to take part very actively in the focus group discussions. We had different backgrounds there, entrepreneurs, trade companies, municipality officers, decision makers, politicians as well, and that was very good thing for Hämeenkyrö to bring those matters into discussion. And the place where these arenas happened was Osara Agricultural College, and we have Timo Lepistö here, who was our cooperation manager there. And that was sort of a start for a good cooperation as well with the municipality and this institute as well. But we have to think what the strategy says, and this was my sort of main target. We had a strategy that stressed this meaning of agricultural entrepreneurship and sustainable food production and so on. So we had it made through this project. It was very efficient tool, this project to this strategy. We created a vision of sustainable agriculture that includes promotion of local food, food education, and positive communication about agriculture. And what is the left out sort of from this project is our annual countryside arena. It has happened twice through this project, and the next one is next March. And we want, with this arena, we want to strengthen our vitality with the help of the co-created vision and new cooperation. And the funny thing is that when this is the very international progress project, it was interesting that everyone has something to say about food. So that was nice to see, and we had the saying that if you have no farmers, you have no food. So we still need to strengthen the importance of local food and gather resources in order to make the rural entrepreneurship more appreciated and visible through marketing, for instance. And I want to thank you, the Baltic Institute, of course, and the Pirkanmaa Regional Council, and all of you who have been in this journey. And I've been very happy to be in this project. So this was my presentation. Thank you.
Do you have any questions to Ritva? So next speaker is Kati Lehtiö from the Council of Tampere region, or Pirkanmaa region, and so Council has been a partner, very important partner in the project as well, regional council, and we have also Maili here in the audience, who can you? So Maili was working for the project in the beginning in the council, and have very good memories in working with her when we were organizing the first focus group discussions. That was just fantastic to facilitate together. And Kati has then joined the team this year, and she has been organizing also focus group discussions, but then benefiting the council itself and the regional program. So she's going to tell something about that.
Yeah. Thank you. So, yes, I'm Kati Lehtiö here. And I work as a project manager, as Johanna said, in this We Make Transition project on our behalf. And I'm going to tell you briefly how we utilize this We Make Transition process partly in our very kind of traditional regional authority work. Oh, there. So, just a quick word about Tampere region, Pirkanmaa, as you have heard. Tampere region comprises 23 municipalities, so it's not only about Tampere, right here. And we have the second largest population in Finland. I think that's worth mentioning. And we are the authority who operates as a regional development and planning actor. So, why did we do this? Well, the story is quite interesting. At the same time as we were carrying out this We Make Transition project, at the same time our regional council was kind of shaping the regional strategy. And for some time already, and it was going to be for the next four years. And they had shaped these 4 missions, core missions, which kind of lead us to the future together. But then something kind of happened that certain topical themes surfaced during the strategy work, for example, through service or discussions. And we have our strategy lead who had this idea that, okay, maybe we could tackle this challenge that these topical topics are not quite addressed by these missions, but maybe we could pay attention to those and shed light by utilizing this We Make Transition project. So we decided to use these focus group discussions, which are kind of the very first phase of this We Make Transition arena process, as you have learned today. And I think it's important to press that there is it's quite a new thing to do, because this regional strategy, we need to do it kind of law requires us to do that every 4 years in each region. It has some historical weight and very traditional ways to do it. But now we did something different this time. What did we do? Well, we organized 5 focus group discussions, and we selected the themes, as I said, that they came from people, from stakeholders. There was culture and art, importance and value for the whole region, what's the future. There was communality, kind of in a new way, that we actually combined countryside actors and city actors together to share their good practices, for example, in the context of resilience. Then we discussed diversifying population. We are growing fast here in our region, and that's something we need to discuss more, how immigration shapes our future. Then we discussed emerging technologies, like change is accelerating. What kind of new signals should we see that we don't kind of perceive yet? And then food, as Ritva said, food is kind of important for everyone. So we discussed food, like in the context of sustainability, self-sufficiency, safety. And this is the way that we have not quite discussed yet in our region. It's more like a national thing, not a regional thing in our region. So this was very important too. So altogether, we had 64 participants. They went really well. They were really interesting. And all participants were directly connected to the topic through their respective role. That was really important. So there were kind of emotions there. And these people who participated, they were really motivated and valued this opportunity to contribute to the strategy work. For example, in food discussion, there could be a farmer, a meat processor, industry guy, a retailer, market owner, and an expert who promotes food exports. So really different kind of angles, but that's what made the discussion so fruitful. And also, what is most important, one of our managers was sitting there each time and who is in charge of regional strategy. So he could go to work, to his desk, and just utilize all the findings right away in his strategy work. So I could say there was impact, and we learned a lot. We really refined our regional strategy document. These discussions gave new perspectives, grassroots insight, and I could say that we really broadened and diversified the usual stakeholder network. We need to discuss with our stakeholders, but this was something new, kind of new way to do it. We created a valuable opportunity for these actors to contribute. And actually, we built a potential platform for future cooperation. We organized 2 extra discussions with 2 focus groups, and we could have gone on and on. So I think that proves that there is a clear need for actors to collaborate across different kind of boundaries, whether they are geographical or sectoral. And we shaped a report. We analyzed the discussion and created a separate report, and also the insight is there in the document and the strategy document, and you can find it on our website. And actually, latest news is that the highest decision-making body in our region, the Assembly, accepted the strategy with these hot topic discussions on Monday. So now it's official. Thank you.
Thank you, Kati. Do you have any questions to Kati? Any questions? So this is just an example how we are integrating the learnings already in the organizational operations during the project. And just I would like to say about these hot topics that were now mentioned in our regional strategy. Such topics that have not been there brought up in any ways. So I heard that there was a discussion with the regional politicians, like you said, that there was a meeting on Monday, so that it rose a lot of discussion. These hot topics, especially that exactly. Now they are here also, and it kind of starts this kind of how to say?
Well, these politicians actually, they paid attention to those hot topics, and they kind of require that we need to follow them for the next 4 years. We are not supposed to forget them. So it's kind of decided. So let's see what happens in the near future.
So it was an opening of discussion for new topics.
Yes.
Which are important in our region. Henna.
Thank you, Kati. Henna from the Regional Council of Southwest Finland and in the project. Did you manage to bring in those sustainability pioneers that we've seen today, and that I think in the keynote, Timo said that in a quote or something, that if you're a pioneer, then people will likely disagree with you. But did you manage to bring this sort of sustainability pioneer people into these focus group discussions about the regional strategy?
Yeah, well, sustainability in itself was not kind of the core. We just chose these very important hot topics that people wanted to discuss in our region. But somehow it came kind of organic. It was kind of organic how it came in the discussions, like so that people brought it up, sustainability. And they were civil society actors, but they were also public authorities from different municipalities, as in it has happened in We Make Transition process. It's been very important, as we have seen it today. So that's kind of the key for change, combining these different actors.
And I would say that in those, I participated in 2 of those discussions. So that there were these pioneers as well who were able to questionize the current way of doing and so on. So definitely. So for example, in the food discussion, there was Tuomas from Blokgarden, because of this project, saying about urban gardening and bringing new way of thinking how we could produce more food in the cities and not only in the countryside and that kind of thing. So there were really also radical voices coming and new perspectives. Thank you. Then Lienite from Vitseme region, Latvia. Yes. So Anda and Lienite will make a presentation. And in Latvia, the focus was on organic food, especially. Lienite and Anda will yes, food is important, and then I would just coming back to the previous question from Henna. I think in these discussions was just important to bring the different perspectives on sustainability in food. Like because there is like organic, local, vegetarian food, how to do the procurements to favor sustainability, and so many different things. So it's just important to bring all these perspectives to the table, and some of them are of course radical ones, and then different kind of point of views. Lienita and Anda.
Thank you, Johanna. So my name is Lienite. I'm from Latvia. I'm here together with Anda. We will give you some short overview about our transition arenas and our experience on organizing them. I don't really know. Okay, how it works. Thank you very much. So we are from Latvia, from the Vitseme region, and Vitseme region is one of the project partners, and I'm representing the Vitseme planning region, and Anda was our change agent, and she was representing also the local action group in Vitseme, in Cēsis municipality, which was this municipality was our like a pilot region where we organized our arena. So the focus in our arenas was on co-creating by a region, and particularly we were talking about organic food promotion. And there was this question, how and why we chose particular topics in our arenas. And if we talk about that, then I have to step back a little bit in the history. So the idea of developing this bioregion concept, it started somehow years before we started the We Make Transition project. It was like before COVID as well. Some active group of people like from the Greenfest Association, they initiated this discussion about developing this concept, which is very new in Latvia and also in the Baltic states. Particularly in the territory of the biggest and oldest national park, which is located in the Vidzeme region. But then it somehow was the topic was brought in different events, and the people was discussing about that. But then in 2023, we make transition step in, and it's like a there was first our focus groups, and we invited different actors, and we of course we discussed various those possible challenges regarding sustainability issues in Vidzeme region, and then somebody brought up this idea. This kind of old idea about the bioregion, and it's a very ambitious plan actually, and a very complex one, and we were a little bit afraid how it can be actually done, but then we decided that we have to start in one point, and during those focus group we decided, yes, we are gonna do it. We are gonna develop the bioregion in the Vidzeme. So the Vidzeme, there's a good basis for that. Of course, I already mentioned this national park, but the Vidzeme region is one of the 5 planning regions. This is the biggest region actually, and we are like a very green territory. Almost half of the territory is covered by forests, and we are rich with natural resources. Our main specialities in our forest-driven economy and also agriculture. And when we look on the numbers of organic land share, then we are above the average numbers in Latvia. It's like more than 24%, if I'm not correct. Lasma will tell better. But yes, so there was a good arguments and good basis for the idea of developing this bioregion concept. So we started with that we have to put on the paper somehow our vision and our priority areas, and we decided that we need to develop kind of the memorandum of goodwill. So those municipalities which are in the territory of a potential bioregion could sign this, and somehow showing their willingness to develop further this concept. And we organized quite a big event. We called it Bioregion Forum, and during this forum actually more than 200 individuals also signed this memorandum of goodwill, and also those 3 municipalities located in the bioregion territory, and also some other institutional partners. And then we continued with our arena workshops, and we chose one of the 7 main priorities which are put in the memorandum, and this priority was about promotion of consumption of organic food. So when we kind of focused more on this public institutions, particularly on schools and kindergartens, and we had quite a lot of discussions about this green public procurement, how to do it actually in a legal way. And yeah, and Anda also was participating in all those arena workshops and further in other initiatives we did within the We Make Transition project. And I will give now floor to Anda so she can also speak a little bit.
Yes, thank you so much, Leonite. I will start with introducing myself again. I'm Anda, and I'm living in the bioregion. So this is the main value, actually, that we would like everybody living in Vidzeme could give for the others, that they are proud of living in such a wonderful place, in a great region where we come together, we have the values that connects a lot of people, stakeholders, and we truly work also to keep those values in this region. So now going back to the results from the arenas. So as the method goes from the vision to the concrete actions, I will tell you a bit about concrete actions we did. From the arenas, we had some very nice ideas. We did very democratic way. We voted for the best idea, and the best idea was implemented also. And it was a school restaurant week competition. My bioproduct recipe for school lunch. So we involved the pupils. And they needed to submit their receipts. They could make videos or photos. How do they cook together with the school cooks? And the best receipts, the winners, could visit a professional biofood chef. You can see in the picture. And experience also the restaurant and learn about the products they are eating. And the other action or activity we did, we could organize with the help of the project the second Bioregion Forum. This is very important. As you know, sometimes the first initiatives are the last sometimes, but it was very important to make the second forum so we can gather again stakeholders. So we managed to gather almost 200 participants from the high-level decision makers to the local farmers, and those who work together with the local farmers knows that this is very challenging to bring people that really work on the field in one room together with the policy makers and to make conversations. So we did make the speed dates with the local producers and the caterers, so they can, I don't know, do business and promote themselves. And the local caterers that usually work for the school catering could buy the products from local farmers, not from we don't have nothing against Poland, but we want to eat Latvian food, so not to buy from the other countries. So, and the third thing is that we could manage to bring also the school kids to visit the local farms, the organic farms, and then later again cook together and see how does the product from the field looks on their plates. So I have just 1 minute probably, yeah. So I give the floor back to you, right? Okay.
Yes, in the end of our presentation, just a few words about the long-term impact of the project and about the long-term impact of the particular arenas. So Anda just, she thought about those small initiatives, activities that we did with the support of the project, but of course we have also this the bigger impact from the project, the strategical view after our arenas. So in the same time when we had those arenas, we also started the process of developing regional, sustainable food strategy, as we don't have such strategy national level, but then we decided, hey, why not to create our own? And when it comes to food, it's also very complex. There are so many involved stakeholders in the food sector. So it was challenging, but we did this one, and so we now have our own strategy to follow on. And of course, the bioregion concept continues to develop. So this part about the food is just one part. There are another parts regarding the sufficient energy, regarding the reducing the food waste, regarding the local tourism, and so on. And it's nice that our initiative regarding this schools and kindergartens and about the idea of promoting organic food, it continues, and our municipalities from the bioregion, they set this as a priority to change the actual this model of green public procurement, and so they are working all together to have a new one. So we will have a new model for public catering sector in schools and kindergartens in the bioregion. And it's very nice that one of the schools also in our in this bioregion, they are in the process when they will become the first organically certified school in Latvia. I guess we have one private school, but this will be the public school, the first one. So yes, thank you very much for your attention. So in our case, project is ending, but in bioregion nothing is ending, it's just starting. Thank you.
Yes, exactly what I wanted to hear. It's not ending. Yes. Do you have any questions to Lienite and Anda? Yes, there are. I know food people want to ask. And I just loved the way how you said that the food sector and sustainability in food is very complex. Very, very complex, and it includes so many different actors are connected. So in We Make Transition, I think it has been very valuable to really be able to involve all those actors, or at least almost all the actors who are relevant in the local context. So I think food producers themselves are really, really important actors to be involved, as in Ritva's example as well in Hämeenkyrö was the case. But Sanna.
My name is Sanna Luoto. I'm coming from Tampere University of Applied Sciences. Congratulations for all this organic impact you have already made and you are making really very important, and these food educational activities and such. Circularity, food waste, organic, school food, food education for kids and families. These are topics we often we all can agree that these needs to be promoted and supported, and we need to go forward. How about dietary shift towards more plant-based diets? Is this a topic you have been able to discuss in your networks and actor networks during the project, or in general, how is this discussion in your area and in your country?
Thank you for your question. This is actually slippery topic in our country sometimes, because we are not ready yet to implement in the schools the plant-based menu diet. It works in the private schools quite well. They really do. Not like all menu, but maybe there are a few days that we do not eat meat. We just make it from some peas or something. But yeah. So, but it was not a big topic within our activities. We are really trying to promote local, organic food in our schools, in our menus. So I think it's our biggest challenge now.
And I can also comment on that. So yes, Anda mentioned our traditions as well. So we are, as Finns, Nordic or Baltic countries, we are actually eating meat quite a lot. So, and it's not about the kids. I think they don't have any complaints to eat plant-based food. It's more about the parents sometimes. And in most cases, I think so. But then also I wanted to just to say some thank you to Johanna and to the project. Thanks to the project, we had the opportunity to actually dig into this topic a bit more. So we visited our partner region in Bremen, and they have already also developed this bioregion concept earlier as we are. And so we visited a few schools, and we met with school chefs as well, and we actually saw this possibility to have those plant-based menu as well. So that was amazing. The food was very, very tasty, and that's still our future in Latvia. Yeah, thank you for your question.
Thank you. Is there a question? Okay, so just let's be hungry
really
still.
small one.
Or yes.
Sorry, don't want to keep you from lunch. Just a small question about the restaurant competition, like the recipe competition. That have those winning suggestions, have they been like implemented or adopted in schools? Because I think that would be a nice way to show for pupils as well that they have succeeded in developing something that can like benefit the whole school community.
Yeah, we had very nice recipes, and we asked actually in this competition to use as much the products from our bioregion, which are the local products, and the kids were really hard trying, and some of them even tried to use the fish from the local ponds and something like that. So it could be quite difficult to introduce it in the school menus. But we went to this restaurant, and this chef, which is like almost like a rock star in Latvia, he actually made this food which from the recipes which kids had, and that was of course very, very tasty. And together we had those teachers and school principals as well, and we are still working now in a higher level with the school principals, with the municipalities too. And this is not only about changing the rules, the green public procurement. This is about changing the mindset and changing also the menus. So when we are choosing to have those organic products or local products, we have to change. We cannot like just put this one instead of that one. Now we have to change the menus as well. So I hope there will be some other changes more. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much. And also about just coming to the meat and plant-based discussion, that in their case the meat is organic, or if you eat meat, then it's good to say that please eat organic meat, because then it is totally different thing than the industrial production of meat. So that kind of points are also very important for the children. Thank you. Hey, there is something I want to Southwest Finland to say also, but not now. I ask you to say few words after lunch. Then that's when we start. So Southwest Finland will get floor then. So now it's time for lunch, and Tiina.
No. There is one thing between lunch and this moment and lunch, and that's a group picture. So we want to take a picture in front here, but I give you the instructions for the lunch before that. But you understand that as quick you go to the picture, then you get the lunch. So, so the place for the lunch is the restaurant Pons, which is there in the city center, in the nearby the tram, the Hämeenkatu, and nearby the Scandic Hotel that some of you are staying. And Elisa and Jutta, can you show yourselves? So you follow them. They have the instructions, and we are coming behind then with Johanna after some video sessions. And we are continuing here 2 o'clock, but I think that we have to get out of the restaurant before that. But we come here together also from there, and so. Let's be quick, take a picture, and then we go right there, and there is a lot of toilets, so don't. Yeah. Can we have 2 words, please? Okay.
Yeah, before the group picture, just I forgot to tell, but before we go to lunch, and I was speaking a lot about the food, and these were only speaking, but we actually have a possibility to also taste some food and a snack and have some starters before the lunch, because we brought some salty snacks from Latvia and from Vidzeme, and they are from the local food producer, which is trying to be very circular, because they are using the food leftovers which are coming from the making a juice, so there are some leftovers, so now they are making some snacks, so welcome to taste them.
Yeah. So picture, snack, and eat outside.
Now we come after coffee to the session, or after lunch. After lunch, I hope you enjoyed your lunch. At least I really loved the reindeer soup there. Nature and biodiversity is the session. Now, thematic session. And Henna Salminen and Sonja Stenman will be the first speakers about Uusikaupunki. But first I would like to ask Henna to say just a few words about the case study that they made in the Regional Council of Southwest Finland.
Is it on now? Yes. Thank you. I asked for space to advertise what we've done. Earlier we heard great examples of civil society making change, and then we heard examples of municipalities and public sector enhancing the change and making it and supporting it. And also, if you've ever co-created something, you probably know that it's good to have some sort of an idea where we could end up when you start the conversation. Even though if your plan is to engage people and to create as you go, you still need some examples and benchmarks to start from. And another thing that was mentioned already was the case studies publication that the whole project made, that has case studies from civil society making transitions all around the Baltic Sea region. But we have a new publication that I would love for all of you to read. The only problem is that it exists in Finnish and Swedish. So, but we'll make a summary in English, and it's made by many of the Finnish partners. Oona Honkanen, my colleague, is the main author, so I'm not taking the credit, I'm just advertising. It has 12 cases of civil society and municipalities working together, and it really emphasizes the change making, because there are a lot of civil society actors that sustain things and that maybe struggle with their own actions, but we've wanted to emphasize like what's the change, where's the radical change towards sustainability. And another thing that it emphasizes is how to cooperate with municipalities and civil sector societies. So it has 12 different examples on what kind of cooperation can exist. To inspire and to also for civil society actors to be able to recognize that they're already doing it and to give words to what they're doing. We will be publishing it also on the whole project website, and there will be an English summary and maybe a translation if there's interest towards that. Thank you. This was the ad break.
Thank you, Henna. And I also welcome you and Sonja Stenman here on the stage. Please come here. So you can have this seat here, like with the cameras for the webinar, and I can continue from here because they don't need to see me anymore. So maybe you need a mic, Johanna. Can you give me? Yeah. So. We have now 2 sessions about the nature and biodiversity. First one is from Uusikaupunki and another one is from here, from Tampere. So maybe we start with the easy question that who are you and why did you participate on the transition arena in Uusikaupunki?
Hi everybody and good afternoon. I'm Sonja Stenman and I'm working in a municipality called Uusikaupunki, a small city in a coastal area, southwest Finland. And I'm working in a town planning, urban planning department as a planner. And my focus is on participation with different kind of stakeholders and very various teams and communication. So it's very large my point of view.
me again. For those who haven't heard, my name is Henna Salminen, and I'm the project coordinator for We Make Transition in Southwest Finland and working for the Regional Council of Southwest Finland.
So what made you participate on the Transition Arena or this project or so on? So why did you come along?
Uusikaupunki wanted to support local people, local association to take action on biodiversity matters, and not only in protected areas but also in the yards and like public places, parks and everywhere. So that was the main goal.
You want to add something, Henna? As a kind of as a project partner.
Yeah.
Okay. So what was your Transition Arena all about, and who were participating in it?
Here.
You can have it here in the
Our arena was called Minun lähiluontoni, which means my local nature. And we focused on biodiversity, how to protect and support nature in local environments together with residents. We brought together very mix of people like local residents, association, nature clubs, and city employees and small business owners, and created the shared transition agenda there.
So how did it go? What was the impact?
The impact was the shared transitional agenda, like I said. Also, we made a Lumorinki Facebook group, like Biodiversity Circle group, open platform for sharing ideas and events. And we made also this biodiversity coffee. They are informal gatherings for learning, sharing, and networking. So they are like structure for this upcoming work, which continues and continues, hopefully. And also this biodiversity forum is like agenda setting and coordination, and we are getting back to the agenda and looking forward what to do next. So these are like structures that we made.
It sounds very successful and inspiring. How much I go out of the agenda, but how much people you have involved here?
120 or so.
That's a great amount of people.
Yeah.
In such a small city anyway. So I think that there's a common people really are taking this as their own thing.
And we didn't have like this culture making things together in terms of biodiversity. So this is quite new thing for us.
I could add on the impact exactly on that point. So as I understood, there were many people in Uusikaupunki who found these matters important, but there was rather little public conversation, and the topic was sort of new. There was no big biodiversity civil society actor. There were some, and a lot of people who were interested, but didn't really feel that, yes, I'm an expert, I can go on with this. And there was a lot of gardening enthusiasts, so people who do put their hands in the soil, but they're not necessarily the ones who are screaming for like biodiversity loss problem on the marketplaces. But there was a lot of interests, and we were able to create a shared and a positive space, which many people gave thanks to, that they could actually be enthusiastic, and they didn't have to face the sort of opposition and always getting tangled in the difficult topics. But I think our participants have enjoyed, and there was a lot of laughter. That's always a good impact, no matter what else happens.
So what about how to continue, how this work continues?
We want to make existing work also invisible, because it's not the work that municipality does or different associations, it not always is shown for the municipality residents. And also we wanted to lower the threshold, so it's very easy to come along and participate. And we want to see more small actions in gardens, like Henna told that many Uusikaupunki residents own their own yard, so making things for the biodiversity in own gardens, own yards, and also in public places. So that's the main goal, and the structure will put us work to tomorrow and so on.
Wow, that sounds really amazing that the work also continues. Well, that's the official questions. Do you still have something that you would like to point out? What is your key to the success, or something else that you want to share?
I like the phrase that was coined. After the arenas, we've had many meetings with the new transition team. So we had an old transition team that planned the workshops, and then when we created the agenda, we asked for municipality volunteers. No one forced you. I hope so. And then also civil society actual volunteers. Like we just ask, would you come to the new transition team to coordinate the actions? People easily come when you ask. And usually the reason why someone hasn't participated is that no one asked. So we've met many times and created the sort of spirit for them to continue. And we had a summer meeting on a farm that does social rehabilitation. Yes, so it combines the farm and the land and people who need support, which was super nice. And it was a sunny day. And I asked the new transition team that what will get you onward? The project will end, but what makes it? What makes the actions go forward? And then they said that, or maybe you said, I don't know who coined the thing, but we'll go and hurry slowly, hitaasti kiiruhtaen. Since the actors are small, the municipal resources are small, you don't aim for the moon. It's good to have ambitions, but I think we're aiming for a good level of ambition when we're talking about small actors who are doing these things voluntarily and they don't necessarily have like a big civil society organization or funding. So hurry slowly was the take.
Thank you. I think that applause for the Henna and Sonia and Uusikaupunki for the great work. I think that we could now continue to Tampere, and maybe we can have the questions afterwards then. So from the city of Tampere, you see here, no, you don't see here. Here is a picture. These are maybe pictures from Uusikaupunki. Yeah. So good laughing. In action. And now we go to the nature and biodiversity by Tampere. You can change here. Here is Kaisa Mustajärvi and also Rosa Ritola from city of Tampere. So welcome.
Thank you.
So we start with the easy question. Who are you and why did you participate on the Transition Arena in Tampere?
Well, as said, my name is Kaisa Mustajärvi and I participated the arena because I work as a climate and environmental specialist or development manager for Department of Climate and Environmental Policy. And during the time when we were having the transition arenas, we also had our updates of our biodiversity action plan for the city. And during the previous kind of the original biodiversity action plan, there was this message from our stakeholders and our citizens that they wish another type of participation modes or types of ways to participate, because we had these questionnaires and interviews and very kind of a Corona type of engagement during that time. And we saw this as a great opportunity to not only do face-to-face sort of engagement, but sort of a little bit shake the ordinary ways of engagement to get a new type of people to be involved, a new type of ways of participating. And it was quite, how would I say, inspiring for us as well, because we really need these new type of ways of engagement to get people from out of their potero. I don't know what's the word in English, but the way that things usually are. And we saw that there's a great opportunity for that.
And hello, my name is Rosa Ritola, and I work as a project manager for the city of Tampere. For the past 3 years, I've been working mainly with education and with schools and trying to figure out what's the role of our education in building the more sustainable future. So that is my role, and I guess I was invited to the Future Arena due to that role. So I wanted to maybe bring a small snapshot of what is happening in our schools at the moment, and then also bring the visions from the arenas to the school everyday life.
So, Kaisa, you already a little bit told that what was the meaning for the Tampere Arena, arenas for the biodiversity. But do you want to add something that you already did say? And would you like to, Rosa, tell that how did you felt about the arenas? What was the meaningful for? Why they were meaningful, or were they?
Oh, I already skipped into the next question there, but as said, one thing that always comes as a sort of a, how would I say, maybe as a question when we start new engagement processes, that yes, we do engage, but how does that actually impact what we are doing? And how I would feel that the arena gave the stakeholders, I hope you agree with me, but the opportunity not only sort of comment on what we've already decided, but to actually find your own place in the actual program, and what could you do for your city, not only what the city can do for you. I would say that would be for me, learning from this process, and I won't skip into anything further.
Well, I see the arenas as a very important place for networking, and also, I cannot say that I could play the role of kids or youth, or really bring their voices there, because I cannot represent all our kids and youth. But if I had the possibility, that's what I would do. So represent the voices that are not present in those discussions.
Okay, next impact. Maybe Kaisa wants to share us some slides that how this has made an impact.
Yes, I do want to. Let's see if I can. Here we go. I mean, like, this is the sort of the outline of our previous version of our biodiversity action plan. And as you can see here, one of the main kind of topics here, or the goals of the biodiversity action plan, is the citizens and communities know the nature values of their surroundings and are capable of improving them. And I think at the first stage, the most important thing that came up was this actual action to this goal that Rosa is going to tell you further soon. But for us, it was also a kind of a learning experience in terms of these goals, that how prepared are our stakeholders to actually carry the responsibility we sort of have given them, and how can we improve their capabilities in the forthcoming biodiversity action plan. But want to also link this biodiversity action plan to the earlier topics we've heard today, because during the arena it was quite clear that the biodiversity is also linked, or the biodiversity loss is very heavily also linked to other areas of sustainability, like the circular economy, how we are going to actually use the natural resources, or others, for example, the cities' capabilities of actually producing their own food, because these are the major kind of a biodiversity impacts at the global level. And this is also highlighted in our new biodiversity program, how these two topics actually contribute to our biodiversity actions. But that was my contribution.
Can you change the slide? So I will also tell about very concrete example of what has happened since the future arenas. So as Johanna told in the morning, the very important issues and key elements that were brought up in Tampere future arenas were bringing people together and building communities and empowering people, and also caring and respecting for the local nature. So one of the ideas that came up during the process was this sort of nature ambassadors, so a voluntary group of people who would somehow act for the benefit of our local nature and also for the well-being of people. And so myself, as I'm working with schools, so I became interested how could we maybe benefit from this type of nature ambassadors in education. And actually together with the Baltic Sea Institute and Eco Fellows, we then were able to secure funding for a project that is ongoing at the moment. So we have pilot groups actually around the cities who are already testing the testing, so that we have these volunteer ambassadors going out with kids and youth to the nature. So that is very, very concrete, and I hope that we can learn lessons from our pilot groups, and then we are planning in the spring to, with the lessons learned from the We Make Transition project, to bring together different stakeholders to discuss what is the role for education, what is the role for school and early daycare centers to build this care and respect for the nature, and what is the role for these voluntary nature ambassadors in future in whole Tampere in different roles.
Thank you. And I think that I want to add one thing, that I think that by this project we also all the time we have also connected the well-being to the well-being of Tampere people, to the biodiversity and the kind of nature nearby. So I think that is one thing that also the transition arena has effect on, that we are talking about these things all together. So how do you see the how do you expect the activities to continue? You Rosa already said that we are an ongoing project, but how about the biodiversity program and the actions coming, and also in the short term and also in the long term?
I would like to say that we have those actions that are in the biodiversity action plan, the new version, the update, that we are committed to it, but I can't say it yet because it's going to the city council to be accepted or for decision making after the end of the year. But so far the city departments and the actual responsible authorities have themselves assigned these actions, and they are going to be in the action plan for the next 4 years of the city council era. And this is the tool that the city uses now to go through these actions and find the funding and go forward.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Now I think that we might have a time for the question to Rosa and Kaisa, or Henna and Sonia, if you have something on your top of your mind. a question? Nothing right away, maybe? Maybe you will be here and you... there is. Is there? No? No. Everything is clear. I think that this is concrete actions that also it's very relatable and inspiring. So I think that we can continue and spread the word also about it, even though it's maybe not as Henna said earlier, that there are different kind of ways to do things and guides to do that. So maybe we can also remember that we have to share them with our colleagues and our fellow associations. That maybe it's not for me, but maybe it's for someone else. Thank you for all of the biodiversity experts. Thank you.
So thank you, and yes, this is an example of a new project that got the idea from the discussions of the transition at the transition arena. So we started to work on this, how to create nature ambassador voluntary network in Tampere, and also integrated in a bigger discussion about how to just get people to the nature and improve the connection with the nature, and these voluntary people could help us with that and help the city with that. So this is funded by Sitra, this project, and Eco Fellows. Pyry Rinkinen, who is sitting there, used to work for Eco Fellows. So now he's not changed much the work, but in another organization taking care of our water ecosystems. And so we were with Pyry and Rosa in the transition arena, and this just how to get people more and especially children more just to the nature and encourage schools and kindergartens to do that more. So that was discussed, and we just started to make a new project and got funding for that. So it's a good story. And so we go to the next session, I guess, if there are no further questions. So I would like to invite here Tiina, Linda, and Lasma all together. We will be talking about sustainable local food system. So here, so you can see the cameras. Yes.
No, the cameras could see us.
Yes.
Can be seen in the camera. Maybe one.
So.
Like this? Yeah. Everybody, yeah. Everybody.
So let's start with Trondheim. Can you say who you are and why you were in the transition arena, how you are connected to the transition arena in Trondheim?
Yes, my name is Linda, and I work in the municipality of Trondheim. And the reason why I joined the arena was that I'm leading a task force, I would call it, working with Trondheim's food strategy. And one of the goals there is to buy more locally produced food.
And then Lasma.
Yeah, so my name is Lasma. I was invited to this project as a change agent because I represent civil society organization Greenfest, who started this to promote this idea that we have to develop Gauja National Park bioregion. And during these years, I also started to work in Cēsis municipality on circular economy initiatives. I am zero waste community manager there. So.
Thank you. And Tiina?
Hey, my name is Tiina. I'm from Bremen, Germany. I joined the project, I think initially because I had a project before with ESA from the Baltic Institute, and then the Baltic Institute asked me to join the next project. And due to my background, I worked about climate change adaptation of business organizations and did my PhD concerning about this topic. I work at the University of Bremen since 10 years, and I'm really dedicated to sustainability topics. I'm from the Black Forest, so I know the feeling to be in the woods. Now I live in Bremen, and the Bremen people would say they also have nature, but from my opinion, it's a different kind of nature.
And then the next question, thank you, Tina, to Linda, that how did you promote this topic, sustainable local food system, in your region, and why this topic is important for Trondheim?
Okay, I think I'll start with why it is important. Trondheim and the region of Trøndelag is a very important food region in Norway. Unfortunately, Daniel mentioned it earlier today, that each day a producer shuts down. And we as a municipality want to be a part of changing this. And then it's important for us to show that we can be a buyer of the locally produced food, and especially from all the small producers in the region. And this, of course, fits well together with increasing self-sufficiency as well. And as I said earlier, it's part of the food strategy. And it's also important for the local politicians and part of the political platform in Trondheim. How we promoted this topic. Actually, it was Marta who did the most of the work. But I did my best with inviting in people that I know and all the especially parts of the municipality and others that I worked together with earlier, and sharing things in social media as well.
And then I have another question to you, Linda, that what did you actually implement due to the We Make Transition arena? And what did you do in Trondheim? There is a slide.
We created a pilot project together with the Just Store and Daniel to get the municipality to buy more locally produced food. That's the most important one. But in addition to that, we also wanted to reduce food waste. So we asked to buy, what should you call it? Vegetables. Vegetables that doesn't fit the supermarket standards and that otherwise would just become animal food or food waste. And as you can see, this also fits together with other projects that we have started afterwards. One of them is ordering competence. There are more than 2,000 people, buyers in the municipality, and they don't buy the right things. So we have to teach them how to buy the right things. We have also got funding to now start working to create a local food hub in Trondheim to get food from all the small producers to Trondheim and out again to the different units in the municipality. That's the most important ones.
So now, Linda, I have to ask that how do you work with the local producers from municipality?
In the pilot with the Just Store, it's Daniel who has been doing that kind of work. But to create a new local food hub in Trondheim, we have started doing a lot of dialogue meetings, inviting in not only the producers, but the whole value chain according to food. So wholesalers, transporting actors, researchers, innovators, and so on, to get knowledge from the right people, and starting to create different kinds of pilot from that work to test before we can scale up.
Yes, so is this something that is ongoing now after the project?
Yeah, this has just started. We started in October and got the funding in September this year. And what we have learned from the pilot with Justor is the background for the funding. Yes. And hopefully we want to continue working together with the Justor as well as part of this local food hub.
Okay, thank you, Linda. And then Lasma, how did you promote this topic, sustainable local food system in your region? I have now...
Yeah, maybe you can show the slide of the context a little bit. Okay, so as a civil society organization, Greenfest, we started with this idea of creating Gauja National Park bioregion in 2018 by organizing once in a year a big festival where we raise awareness of the citizens and also invited the municipality representatives and enterprises to do a little bit more than we do, or much more than we do, to sustain and to manage natural resources more sustainably than we do now. And so Gauja National Park, a little bit of context, you can see the map like in Latvia where it is. And this is, so Gauja National Park is the biggest and the oldest national park in Latvia. And there is a lot of, so half of it around is a forest, but half of it is also the agricultural land. And there is a lot of small-scale farms. There are a lot of organic farming already, and we have a great culture of food craftsmanship. We have a great culture of farmers market, local deliveries. So this is something that we have to keep and that we can grow on. So to preserve the resources for the future. This is how we started and why it's important. It was important to us also engage in this project because this We Make Transition project helped to, after we created the memorandum and signed it in a forum, to move on and to move on with the concrete actions.
So Lienita told earlier today about the concrete actions, what you did in Vitseme, but would you like to add something on that and tell about the wider impact in Vitseme region?
So I want to maybe more emphasize on the actions where I was directly involved, and what is the big step. We said in the memorandum that one of the main principles is that we want to promote organic farming, and direction how we want to do it by promoting healthy and sustainable lifestyle in the region, and by promoting healthy food, and which is organic food. And now in the region we have developed a working group, and this working group is working on the new procurement rules, how we make procurement process, how we make procurement in the schools. And it's very important when I speak about organic food, we are not only thinking about organic food in general, we are wanting to find the farms, local farms, who can actually bring their food and participate in procurement and bring this food to canteens of the bioregion. And you can see the picture, but also Lienita mentioned it was very important. It was actually the first time when the caterers sit together with the local farmers and they got to know each other in the face. I think this is very small initiative, but it's so important, because when you know the person and when you know the person in the face, you
you have a possibility to create much more stronger connections, and we want to do it. So it was done thanks to We Make Transition project, and we want to continue in every forum that we really strengthen the network what we have there. And now we have 9 schools where we in this municipality where we will make procurement together for the organic food, and we will speak with the farmers and we'll see how we can get as much as possible local regional food there.
So in both of your cases is a lot about this, that getting interaction with all the stakeholders and especially the food producers as such, and in your case in Vitseme you have a lot of organic food production. It's an enormous amount, over 30% of the land, and then so it's an asset.
It's municipality 33%. Yeah.
Yes, so it's really an asset for you, and I'm happy to hear that you have been able to bring it to the strategy more and make it as a strategic priority to co-create this bioregion. Yes, and then Tiina, about Bremen. I need to go back a bit. So maybe you start with the background and the case of Bremen. Why did you have this sustainable local food as a topic?
Yeah, we at the time 2023 when we started with the focus groups, there was many actions on the street by climate activists, and that's the way we approached the topic of sustainable food. It was the beginning, but the first step was I was interested, and my colleague, we were interested into the activists on the street that really also give their lives to glue themselves on the streets of Germany, on the highways, on the airplane fields, and even yesterday, I read in the newspaper, now they have the legal court decided that they have to pay €500,000 because they glued themselves 2 years ago on the starting ramp of the airport in Hamburg. So that was my starting point to look at more radical change, to see, well, what's going on and how can I maybe support the ongoing process from a more public point of view. And I invited the main leaders of the activist group, like the last generation, and they told me, I had long conversations with them, but they said they hesitate to work together with official actors because they are the ones in the end who put them to court together, like with private actors like the airport of Hamburg. But that was the starting point, and then, well, we thought maybe we have to go a step back and go more into the smoother change, not as radical as the last generation was trying to put change into place. And we did 2 workshops, one about climate change, anxiety of the young generation, because we also, as we heard before, we wanted to unmute the muted generation, like the children in schools or the teenagers and the ones who leave school and go to the next step of education. And that's why we have chosen the workshop about climate change anxiety, where we sat together with like psychologists and scientists and also teachers. So different groups came together, and we also planned a second workshop on the level of nutrition, because that's a topic I hear a lot from my children and around their community that the school meals are so bad that we have to really change something. So that was more a practical workshop to really do something on the level where there is a lot of complaint on the local area. Yeah, and the workshop about climate change anxiety was really interesting for us because the outcome was we have to connect the young generation with the nature. And there are so many children that suffer from the anxiety of climate change and how their future will evolve. And psychologists, the ones we had in our group, said, well, at the moment it's still put under depression, but the front runners of psychologists, they want to open up a new sort of category, like really climate change anxiety, because it's something you really look toward, and it's not like a fantasy or something that is just part of the individual, it's part of the society. So that was really interesting to get their view on this topic. But on a practical level, they all said we have to connect children to nature. That's besides therapy and whatever. In the end, also the therapy is to bring the kids out of the urbanized area, to get them connected to gardening, go in the woods, whatever, because that's everyday life. Like the therapy is once a week or once every 2 weeks. That doesn't make the big change in the end if you don't change your habits at all. So that was the two workshops came together because the be outside in the nature was definitely connected with the eating food part, like the body part. What do you eat? That's nature you eat. And so we did one big workshop out of the two ones in the different directions. So that was the starting point. It was a little bit complicated, but maybe it's interesting to see a different approach than just to say, well, we want to change the food sector. That wasn't the point. We approached the topic.
Thank you, Tina, for sharing the whole story. It's amazing. Yes, how then things got together and you were clicking here and there, like where to focus on and also got some conclusions. So this is a good example why we shouldn't write. This is a project where we have a project application, but we didn't write or stuck into very certain things that we will focus on this or that. But it was really result of a co-creation and discussions and so on. So, but now you came to the organic food, or you especially also have organic, and you have been doing organic food transition in Bremen schools for this. So would you like to say something about this arena that you organized? Like who were the participants and so on?
So we already had a regional strategy about sustainable nutrition in place in Bremen and in different cities also in Germany. So it's nothing new. The one that was in place is now finished. So we had to write a new strategy for the next 5 or 10 years. So there was like a point for change where we jumped into. And the arena consisted of like farmers, cooks, students, parents, owners of catering organizations, politicians. It was really we brought together really different views at one table.
What kind of results you got?
Well, the main pity was with the workshop was that we didn't bring the authority for education at the table. So, but they are the ones who decide who gets the money for the food in the schools. And they were like the first 1.5 years not interested in our project. We wrote them every 2 months. We called them, and everybody said, we can do nice plans, but if we don't have the school authority at the table, we cannot do anything in future. So one main thing was to find a way to get the school authority at the table. Besides the...
You got him eventually.
I tell you later. And besides this, we did our vision as we did also in the other workshops. Like one vision was like to provide sustainable school meals for €1 per meal per child in future. Then one vision was to set sustainable nutrition as a topic in schools, as a curricula in schools, and then one main thing was to install a department for nutrition or sustainable nutrition in the local Ministry of School Education. Not just one person at the moment, more than a department, because it touches so many, as you know, it's so many other topics than just contracts with caterer.
And what else would you like to tell about your achievements now? What is the impact?
Yeah, we try to approach the Ministry for Education or the Authority for Education through one person, and she is responsible for sustainable projects in a sub-department of the school authority. So she had an open ear for the topic, and she brought us into the entire department. With her, we set up a workshop in June or May this year, where another European project came, School Foods for Change, which is really interesting. They show examples how really innovative projects in schools can look like from a European perspective. And then we also brought together some practical activists and scientists. And before the workshop, we set up a session for 2 hours, especially or only for the school authority and our authority for climate change and science. They were from the beginning in our project, and they are also Biostadt Bremen, but they are not part of the education authority. And they sat together with the experts for 2 hours, and they were so much dedicated to the topic that they wouldn't come to our main workshop, but they had so much to talk and to try to get new views on the topic. And then they came to our workshop, what lasts, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours. And there were 3 people from the school authority, and afterwards they said it was the best workshop they had in years. And it was the first time in years that they took messages at home they haven't heard like every day. And it was really nice as an evaluation of our workshop then.
Yes, thank you. And now, do you want to say something about the implementation steps more, or?
So we got part of the next strategy for sustainable nutrition, and I'm now in the advisory board of the next strategy. So there will continue something when the project ends. And we also did, like you see you don't see the next slide. We also did a competition for schools. The Urkunde means certificate. Last week we had a big event where we gave the certificates to the schools, and there were about 100 people, students, teachers, cooks, and the ones who were part of our project, the local authority. And one prize was to have a cooking workshop with the cook of the national soccer team for the U19 national team, who cooked in Qatar. And he also was the cook for 7 years for Werder Bremen. So it was a strong pull for the children to take part in the competition. And other prizes were to go out on farms and have a breakfast there and they get showed around. So that something will continue with the schools within the schools. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Tina.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And just to conclude this discussion about the local and organic sustainable food. To focus on children that you had, all of you had in common, I would like to say about this that we had excellent learning between countries in this topic, because for example Tina organized a fantastic study visit in Bremen, where we visited a few schools that were using organic or like totally organic food. That there are a few examples, and you have been promoting those in this project, and they we were able to compare the different systems in different countries. So, for example, in Finland, we have this we have school meals for free. In Germany,
it's €4.50
yes,
per meal per day.
Yes, and in most countries, of course, you have to pay for the meal, and there is a problem then that many children, and especially with low income families, they just don't buy even the school food, so that children are not eating during the day. So this is a challenge in some countries, and in Finland, where we have the school food for free, we have a problem that children don't eat because they don't like the food, but they don't need to pay for it. So it was interesting to compare on how these procurements are possible to make. So in Bremen, it is quite decentralized system. So they even have a own kitchen still in some schools. We visited those, and it was so nice to and interesting to see how it works, and then that the school chef can order directly from the locals, and he has connections to the local farmers. So this is good learning, and then in CESIS.
Can I add something to Germany? Mm-hmm. Because there was always the question: can you afford like sustainable nutrition or meals or organic, how you call it? With the same budget. It was always the question in each workshop, and even Johanna grilled me about this question. It is not possible. How do you do it? And the cooks you saw this October in Germany, they told you they change around the school meals. It's more protein from vegetables, and there's more nutrition in the food than, and you need less kilograms if you buy differently. And in the end, the main argument was always 70% are staff costs in the kitchen, and only 30% are really supply of really ingredients. So the main part is not the organic or not, how much the food costs. The main part is if the staff costs go up or not. So, and it doesn't change if you cook organic or not. So that was one main thing we learned. Yes. Yes. I didn't know it before the project either.
All right, thank you. Do you have any questions to Linda, Lasma, and Tina? Anything? Yes, so we can go for the coffee break then. Thank you so much for this discussion. Okay, so we will start now this session. So there is a lot of carrot cake still over there, so you can take some also after the whole event. We will be finishing at 4. So there is still one more presentation left. Creative Circular Cities project, which is another Interreg project. Indra will be presenting you this project. But first, I would like to ask Salla-Maria at this stage, and just just if you can say in few words how Regional Council of Southwest Finland has benefited from the project. This was something I wanted to ask from you. Just in few words.
Okay. Okay. A little bit surprised. But we can work with that. So my name is Salla-Maria. I work at the Regional Council of Southwest Finland, and it's been great to follow the project. Henna, who is somewhere here right now, there has been working with us with the project, and I have been following it through her. I very well remember when we had the first discussions about this project, also with our colleagues from Helsinki-Uusimaa Regional Council. So it's really nice to be here and see all these nice results. So why I am up here now is the reason that I am responsible for the regional strategy in our regional council. And Johanna asked me what impacts this project has had on our work, or what has changed. And I think a lot has changed. I was thinking internally we have had a lot of discussions on this topic, much more than before the project. I think our understanding of sustainability and transition has increased, and through that we can of course have a lot more dialogue on the topic. Then, of course, with our municipalities that have been with us, thank you, Sonja, and also we have Chimito and colleagues there. It has been wonderful to see them with it, and to be able to sort of work very concretely with them and to see what kind of needs they have for us. I think we have more understanding of where they are and what their stand is, what the starting points are in this topic. So for the regional council, that has been very important as well. But of course, it has changed the dialogue we have with our stakeholders, and especially with regards of the regional strategy that we have upcoming. We are in the process of updating our regional strategy for the coming 4 years. And I think sustainability as a whole has been emphasized a lot more than before. Just as a concrete example, we have actually the discussion and dialogue has resulted in us actually having fair and sustainable transition written in the strategy. There namely is an action which is quite big, about supporting the capacity of actors and citizens in our region to drive sustainability transition in a fair and effective way in the future. How we are exactly doing that, we don't know yet. Maybe another project will help us, we'll see. But also in innovation, we hope to promote sustainability transition in economy. So these things have become much more emphasized than before. And I think there is a lot that the project has, that we need to thank the project for these results as well. So another thing that is a rising topic, of course, in our region and in many other regions is security and preparedness. And this is a new topic for us as well in the regional strategy. And we have actually combined the transition, sustainability transition, and this action that I mentioned with the objective of stability and preparedness in our region. So this is the sort of angle that we are looking at it at the moment. So our vision is that our region is building connections and connecting Finland to west. And we work with that, and we believe that through this cooperation and all these concrete experiences, our capacity has grown to have this discussion and to push this transition, and we look forward to finding new ways of implementing that. So thank you for that, and thank you, Johanna.
Thank you so much. That was Excellent. But now, so it was so nice to hear that all this that this project has provided some inspiration, new thinking to the strategy level as well. So Indra Levite from the Danish Cultural Institute in the Baltic states, and you will present the project Creative Circular Cities, where also city of Turku, by the way, is one of the partners, and also then Ella Metsälä, who is from Turku, Wallonia. So she will also share us a concrete case from this project. So,
thank you. So I will start with an introduction of the Creative Circular Cities project, and then Johanna asked me to do a commentary, and I've chosen to look at a really cool similarity between our two projects. And then I'll hand over the microphone to Ella, because then she can give you a much more concrete example of what it means to be a creative circular city. Okay, so let's get right into it. The Creative Circular Cities project is also an Interreg Baltic Sea region project, which consists of 14 project partners from the Baltic Sea region. You can see we have 6 cities, and within those cities we have 14 altogether project partners. Here you can see within our project we have the city of Gdynia, Riga, Tallinn, Turku, Aarhus and Kiel. And for each of the cities, we have between 1 to 3 project partners that are representing municipalities, NGOs, and what we call business support organizations. So organizations that work with supporting businesses in all kinds of ways, and mostly they are incubators. So the main question around our project is, how can creativity and culture be catalysts of circularity? And this is what we are trying to understand within the project. And on one hand, creative and cultural actors are a business sector themselves that can become more circular by adopting more circular business models, more sustainable ways of using resources. And then on the other hand, creative and cultural actors can really work with citizens because they can really influence much more sustainable consumption patterns and show citizens the way to become more circular. I will skip this slide. And I want to just give a few examples or just go into the types of activities that CCC is doing. So of course we are learning jointly, we're testing, we're sharing ideas on how these cultural and creative sectors can be part of a circular economy. And we do it in more or less 4 specific ways in each of the 6 cities. So on one hand, we have co-creation arenas. So we've talked a lot about arenas. Here's another arena in another Interreg project. It is quite similar. We're bringing together various stakeholders from each of the cities, focusing on involving the creatives and cultural actors from the cities to be part of the discussion on how these cities can become more circular. So these are dialogue and stakeholder platforms that are enabled in each of the cities to not leave the creative and cultural actors out of the discussion, because it is not a traditional circular economy sector, so to say. Business incubation. So in all of our cities, we are doing a business incubation program. They look very different in each of our cities. Some are more traditional, where they're doing a program, they're getting participants involved and having different sessions and workshops on the topic of circularity. Some are more events-based, but the idea is that in each of the cities, the Creative Circular Cities project is trying to build a network of circular businesses, help them connect, help them exchange, and work on circularity together. Another important aspect of the Creative Circular Cities project is citizens' engagement. And here Ella will bring the concrete example of how Turku is engaging their citizens through creative approaches. So I think I will actually leave that for her to dig into. And then lastly, we're also developing, each of our cities are developing different strategies on how assigning roles and responsibilities for creative and cultural actors. Because what we've noticed is that city level plans, strategies, roadmaps are super important. They give responsibility and accountability, and if you're not including the creative and cultural actors with a specific role or responsibilities, then why should they be part of a circular transition? So we're trying to anchor the role of creative and cultural actors also in a strategic way. We are currently in the second year of our Interreg project, so we are developing a lot of materials as well. I don't want to, there will be a QR code at the end that you can check out what we have so far, but I just want to put the disclaimer that we're still working on some of these guidance papers, these explanatory movies, but this is what is one of the outcomes of our project. And I want to showcase, or I want to show something very exciting that is very current, what we're doing right now as part of the Creative Cities, Creative Circular Cities project. It's an innovation procurement, and this is something that I want to make you aware, because you might have, you might be, or you might know someone who is interested in taking part in this procurement. So just a quick word, what is an innovation procurement? And I've tried to explain a very, to me, complicated concept in maybe a bit more bite-sized words. So within CCC, we're procuring research and development because we're looking for solutions to two challenges that our cities are facing, and there are no readily available products on the market that can address these issues. So with this innovation procurement, we're calling any innovators, creatives, startups, companies who have an amazing idea to address either of these issues, to come up with a solution. There is money involved. They're not doing that just for free. We will be financing that. But the idea is that we're doing an innovation procurement in 2 phases. In phase 1, there will be 10 successful participants who have been chosen because they had an amazing idea on either of these issues, to develop a concept on how you can address these problems that our cities are facing. And then the 4 best participants will go on to phase 2, where they can test their solutions in real life environments. So just to read them out, one of it is we're calling this a circularity platform, and we're looking for solutions to the following. How might we create an accessible, unified and engaging platform that connects citizens and businesses with circular economy services, making sustainable choices easy and inspiring? And the second challenge is, how might we design a citywide system to eliminate single-use materials, cups, plates, cutlery, at public events, creating a circular model for urban gatherings? And there are similar solutions or ideas out there, but for our cities, none of them have yet worked. So we are calling on creative and innovative minds to help us with these issues. If you want more information, please come and speak to me. But otherwise, there will also be a QR to our website where everything is nicely put on paper, with all the key dates and the money and everything that relates to this procurement. So why am I raising this now? It's because it's currently open. Anyone can apply until the 30th of December. So we're looking for proposals, and then phase 1, as I said, with up to 10 suppliers would go between January and May, and then phase 2, where we're taking the best 4 suppliers into the testing phase, would run from end of May till end of September. Okay, maybe question to Johanna. Is Ella next, and then I come back to the commentary? Is that what?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, we can
cool.
do that way.
Okay, great.
So that
then.
But
yeah.
Do you have any questions to Indra? So she in this project also co-creation and engaging those actors, smaller actors who are not usually. Anna has. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anna Vilhula. I work for the city of Tampere and also leading one of these Interreg Baltic Sea region projects that we have here inside city of Tampere. So my question is, how do you plan to do this sort of piloting, or are the solutions supposed to be functional in each country, or are they going to be or the companies, should they be offering their solution for several countries, or what was I didn't get the idea.
With regards to the innovation procurement?
Yeah.
Yes. The solutions will be tested in a couple of our cities, so they should be functional in our CCC cities, but with the idea that they can be scaled and also transferred to other cities that have a similar or the same issue.
So was the problem basically the same, that, for example, that each city would benefit from having more circular event infrastructure, for example? So did you identify that you share this same goals, or?
More or less, there are these problems come from specifically 2 cities, but the other 4 agreed that these are important issues for them as well. So there's 2 cities that are kind of front running this procurement and will also be the test ground. But it does not say that the solutions are not needed for the other cities at all. They are as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So Ella, maybe you continue with Turku concrete case.
Thank you. So my name is Ella Metselä. I am from Turku. I work in Wallonia, which is also a part of the Regional Council of Southwest Finland. So we're quite well represented here today. And our pilot for the CCC project was a circular carnival. So we organized a circular carnival last spring in Turku, and we called it Riturku. So why a circular carnival? Circular economy can feel like this big word, kind of technical, kind of abstract, if you're just one of the common people, one of the residents living in Runosmäki or Hallinen, where we organized the carnival. Many people feel like circular economy means basically recycling your waste, and we know it's much more than that. And some people maybe don't really have a grasp of what it means at all. If there's no emotional connection to the concept or the word, it can be really hard to find the spark, the inspiration to actually make a change, even if you kind of want to make a change. But if you don't really know how to or don't have the inspiration to, it can be really hard to do so. So we asked, what if circularity could be something we learn and celebrate together? What if we could make it something fun and engaging, something social, something that we actually do together? Because, well, circularity is something that you do together, basically. So we wanted to represent circularity in a fun way and really harness the power of culture and creativity as we do so. So the idea became a circular carnival, Riturku in Turku. And our goal was to create an event that not only informs, but also activates and engages and inspires the citizens to participate in co-organizing the program themselves, to create ownership of the carnival and the activities that they organized as a part of the the carnival. So, Riturku became a co-created event series in 2 neighborhoods, Runosmäki and Halinen, 1 week in each neighborhood. And it was created with the residents of the areas, the NGOs and businesses that work in the area, different city units, creative incubator teams. The creative incubator is also a CCC pilot. I'll tell you a bit more about it in a second. And local artists. They brought in the culture and creativity and the arts in the professional sense. So I'm sure that you all believe and maybe have experienced that well, that co-creation creates ownership. When people come together to shape the program in this carnival, for an example, they're more likely to participate the program and also to continue the activities afterwards. So we wanted to hopefully be able to create long-lasting change through this carnival as well. The production model of the carnival can be divided into 4 pillars. Could be divided into more, but I like to think of it as these 4. Each of these require a bit of a different approach. And if you want to implement the carnival in your own cities, you can apply any of these pillars or all of the pillars. But the first one is co-creation with residents, NGOs and local businesses in the area that you organize the carnival in. Second one is co-creation with city units. Third one, creative incubator, which was the Huhtamäki University of Applied Sciences CCC pilot. And then the artists. And the co-creation arena in our city was led by the city of Turku. So we invited all of these groups to our co-creation arena, which was basically morning coffees with breakfast to discuss together on different topics regarding circularity and creativity and combining them. And during the spring, we were planning for the carnival at the co-creation arena. So the first pillar, co-creation with residents and local actors. We started the production process by organizing resident workshops in both of the areas that we organized the carnival in. So we invited residents, local NGOs, local companies to come to these workshops, tell their ideas and their hopes for the carnival program. We collected ideas on what the residents and the businesses want to see as a part of the carnival program, and also if they maybe have an interest of co-organizing an event as a part of the carnival. And we also did some neighborhood surveys for the same purpose, collecting ideas and perhaps interest on co-organizing an event. Co-creation with city units meant basically Teams coffees for planning, and we also had sort of like a little hidden agenda here also to try and strengthen the cross-department collaboration of the city units, to give them another platform where they can share their ideas, what they have going on, and maybe find new places to collaborate with each other in the carnival or elsewhere. And I think we did quite a good job at this, and especially with strengthening the collaboration between the city units and the NGOs and the companies in the areas. Am I pressing the wrong button? Okay, now. And the third pillar was the creative incubator. This was a CCC pilot led by Huhtamäki University of Applied Sciences. In the incubator program, they had multidisciplinary teams creating different creative ideas on how to promote circular economy through the culture and the arts. And they had a lot of great ideas that were tested with real audiences during the carnival weeks. In the picture, you can see Mike holding a spoon at Hallis Ilta, which is a neighborhood event in Halinen, one of the target neighborhoods. He is offering a real spoon if people want to borrow it instead of using a plastic one at the event. And you could have some cake if you took a real spoon. So they were trying to also make circularity tasty. I'm pressing the green button, but it's the afternoon. Then the machine is tired as well. And then last but not least, thank you. Last but not least, the fourth pillar was collaboration with artists. And I think this one is really, really important. We kind of had two pathways for the artists to participate. The city of Turku integrated our carnival as a part of their open call for artists. And we got 8 different artworks or community art projects as a part of our program because of that. And that was a really, really good thing for us. And then we also had our own tender for a community art project where we selected this trash walk plus sea monster sculpture concept. So an artist organized trash walks in Runosmäki and in Hallinen, and then after the trash walks, the residents could make a sea monster sculpture out of the trash that they collected in their own area. The kids loved it. It was a really nice project. So, all in all, we had 2 carnival weeks, one in Hallinen, one in Runosmäki, over 30 events and over 30 co-producers. I'm especially happy about the number of co-producers. We didn't organize any of the events ourselves. With some of the events we helped, of course, with the idea progress or by connecting different partners to each other, but many of the co-organizers were really independent with their own events. And we had over 1,000 visitors at the events. And we also had these long-term artworks exhibited in the area, and I'm sure that many, many, many more people saw those artworks, so this is only the number that we were actually able to count at our events. Some program highlights. I'm sorry I don't have the full program here. We had a lot of cool stuff going on during the 2 weeks, but we had a lot of different repair workshops like bike repairing, mending your clothes, learning new skills, surplus food brunches, trash walks, as I explained, different community art projects utilizing recycled materials or plastic waste mostly, different swap events and flea markets, concerts, plant jams. Who knows what a plant jam is? It's this concept by Fern Orchestra, where they connect this electrical cord to a plant, and then when you touch the plant, you can actually play music with it. It's really cool. Maybe it's not melodic music, but it's music. So we were hoping to create long-term change as a result of this carnival. And one of the most meaningful outcomes that we had was that several organizations that took part in creating the program also continued the activities afterwards. Like in Runosmäki, they are still organizing repair workshops weekly. Yhdessä Association is organizing them. And also the surplus food brunches in Hallinen will continue. So these are really good results. And I'm sure that once we got to connect these different actors together, they will also have an easier way of collaborating in the future. And key learnings. I'm sure you know this. Co-creation builds ownership, but it's key to start the collaboration early, to give the partners time to plan out their activities and especially communicate to their own audiences. So visibility in the neighborhoods is everything. I think one of the key things for our success was that we had these long-lasting artworks in the areas. They were really good ways of gaining attention to our cause, kind of like a mystery marketing in a way. You saw the pink flamingo at the start of that. That was something that really caught the eye of people walking past it. And joy truly is a catalyst. And I think the culture and the arts really have a way of creating that emotional connection that you need to have or create behavior change. When something is fun and social, it's easier to remember it and actually repeat it elsewhere as well. So I have a small invitation for you. This is not ready yet, but soon will be. We have a transferable model or a replication blueprint, as we call it in the CCC project, coming up about the carnival model. So if you want to implement the carnival in your own city, you can take our key learnings use our ready-made communication materials and so on to create your own carnival, adapt it, make it look like your own. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ella. So we are about to close soon, so there is unfortunately not time for questions at this moment to Ella. But Ella, will you participate this? Yes,
no.
You will. Yes, but you can.
But you can.
No. Well, there is no.
Yeah.
But I think it's the next slide. So.
I think there might be my email somewhere,
yes.
but you will find me through the social media as well.
Yes. But anyway, there was a lot of similarities about co-creation and really early involvement of people and engaging people, empowering. What is the role of the city in this carnival? The city of Turku?
The city of Turku integrated our carnival in the pop-up artist call. So they have this yearly artist call, like a tender procurement sort of.
That artists get some funding.
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm. So we got different artworks through that pop-up call as a part of our program.
Okay, thank you, Ella. And we have to close very soon, but would you like to say just 3 sentences as a commentary or something?
Okay, then it will really be 3 sentences. Yes, so I was thinking, what is the really cool similarity? And there are so many, and of course both are Interreg projects, similar places, similar activities. But what I really thought was really remarkable was room for experimentation in both projects. So in both projects we're working with activities where we do not know the outcome from the outset, and on one hand that can be really risky, a bit frightening, but on the other hand, if you're making room for experimentation, if you don't know what the outcome is, and especially, for example, in We Make Transition, it's these transition arenas, which are spaces for experimental governance. I think that's what they were called. And for us, it is the innovation procurement, where we're starting with a challenge and we don't know how the solution will look like. I think really great things can come of that. And I think I hope that these projects show that you don't have to be scared of just doing something a little bit new, a little bit novel, new discussions, new ways of tackling societal transitions. And yeah, I think that's what
I would like to add that engaging a big number of actors during the project, that helps the durability. It makes it more easy to make a durable impact when you engage a lot of people and not just do something in a closed project partner group, for example, but use the project as a platform for this. But hey, now we have to close today this event. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for all the good comments that I received. That I heard that you have been learning something today, or there has been some inspiration. So this is really nice to hear.
Yeah, I also think that this is like not the end, but it's just the beginning, and everything continues, as we have said so many times during all the presentations, that actually project ends, but actions continue. So I think that really will happen, because we have, as Johanna just said, that we have so many actors in this connected to this work. So even though there is somebody who is not available to continue, there are others who will. So this work will continue.
Yes. So thank you, Tiina, also for facilitating this day.
Thank you, and thank you for you all participating.
And Tiina.
Johanna, I want to thank you in the name of all partners that you did a great job. Okay, I didn't know, but now I know.
Now you know.
No, you did really a great job. We were only partners, and we saw how much work it was to put everything together, to look at the schedule, and to ask 100 times for the presentation that didn't come, and to remind. And yeah, it was really, I think, a challenging task, and you made a great job. And I learned a lot from you about project management, to really stay with the people and to remind and be friendly. Also, you remind them 10 times, and and be inspiring. I think it was a great time the last 3 years for everybody of us, and thank you very much for being the project leader, and with your team also from Finland.
Definitely. So
I'm not saying anything, just let the flowers be.
So, but it's really not only me, but it's like such a great cooperation with many people in the city, Tiina including, and Ilona, and many others, Elina, and all you who are here, Kaisa, Rosa, everyone, and then all the partners, and Elisa and Jutta, who has been like really working hard to make this event happening. So I am really proud of them, and they started as a trainee last spring, and they continued the work contract in the We Make Transition project, and it has been so amazing to work with you. You are flexible, patient, you say things honestly, and so everything, and you can prioritize also. I love it. Thank you so much.
So now it's time to end. Some instructions for those who are coming to the evening event. So there will be a departure from the Scandic Hotel, Koskipuisto Hotel, 5:15. Yes, and with the tram and also walking, so you get to experience of the tram that we are so proud of.
No, not tram. No. No, it would be too long walk now after this long day to this sauna place. So we chose to take a bus now.
Okay, then
so
you
we will just guide you.
See the tram.
You will see
in
the tram
bus.
anyway.
And then you also we go to Varala, which is in the Pyynikki area, which is a nature reserve area. So even though it's dark, you will see that there is a forest inside the city and so on. So see you in Varala, those who will see there, and others we will see somewhere else.
And then we have a program for tomorrow as well. So those who are coming to Frantsila tomorrow, the bus will leave at 9 from the hotel. And some of you, all of you who are coming there. I know that some of you are coming to Varala by own way. So please, if you didn't tell us yet that, please tell us so that we are not waiting for you in the hotel lobby now this evening. So 5:15 we leave from the hotel, and that's strict because because we have a bus to catch, and so we will walk just like 100 meters maybe to the bus stop, and then just go there. Take your swimming suit. There are towels. You don't need to bring. We already paid of some towels, so you don't need to bring any towel with you. Just bring your swimsuit if you plan to swim. But even if you don't plan, just take it because you might do it anyway. And so thank you so much for today. It has been so much fun. Just what I wanted. Thank you.